Everyone doing? We are back. As usual, I have my tea at the ready. We have some peach tea today. There was a part of me that was like, it's still a black tea. Should I try putting lemon in that? But peach and lemon, actually, maybe that could be good. I don't know. It just didn't strike me as a good combination at the time. Well, anyway, as I mentioned yesterday, I am very excited today because I want to build a new commander deck, EDH deck. I'm probably going to say EDH most of the time. That's how I'm used to saying. Yeah, I know I'm like old and whatever. But I saw a card in the upcoming set, Wilds of Eldraine, and I immediately went, yep, want to build that. And that card, if you give me just a moment, I pulled it up, but on the wrong browser tab, so you're going to have to bear with me for just a moment. Or I guess browser window, I should say. Where'd it go? Did I overshoot it? I overshot it. There we are. That card is Hylda of the Icy Crown. So, in case you cannot read it, let me see if I can. Let's blow it up. 2 blue-white, 3/4. Whenever you tap an untapped creature an opponent controls, you may pay 1. When you do, choose 1. Create a 4/4 white and blue elemental creature token. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Scry 2, then draw a card. This seemed super, super cool to me, and I'm super excited about it. Not just because my girlfriend, Amazon Kane, does sometimes dress up like Elsa, and she is my Ice Queen, but also because the card seems super cool. And so I was interested in taking a look at what we can do with it. As it happens, I already have a deck that I want to take apart, and it's a deck that I think is very similar, at least, well, I'll explain why when we get there. So it's also rather opportune. As you saw when I first pulled this up, though, I'm going to try using Moxfield. I don't think I've used it very much before. I don't know if I can... Oh, I can make... Okay, alright, that's great. So apparently I can build around this commander that doesn't exist yet. And we'll try using this tool because well, I've heard good things and I wanted to try it out. So we'll use this, which means we won't have to swap back and forth. Well, we'll swap back and forth between tabs, but not between like windows and whatever. I don't have to do that weird thing I was doing before, if you remember. Okay, so one of the things I want to do as we go over this is I want to try to give some insight into what my thought process is and my method is for deck building, because as I say, I have been playing for a long time, and I know some people don't seem to understand, like, some have different ideas, and I just want to give some insight as to like how I approach things and why I come to the conclusions I do. I've already done some amount of thinking about this deck. I couldn't help it, but I've tried to minimize the amount so that I can do as much as possible on stream and demonstrate my approach. So, at the outset, there are a few things that strike me about this deck, about this commander. I want to build around it. I like building around the commander. I don't generally like to have it just kind of there for the colors or like support the deck that does something else. Kind of like the CEDH way. I prefer to synergize with this game plan. I want my commander to be in play most of the time and for that to further the goals of the deck. So how do we want to build around this? Well, we're going to be wanting to tap opponent's creatures, obviously. And another thing that strikes me is we're going to need a decent amount of mana, right? Every time we tap an opponent's creature, we're going to want to be able to pay 1. That's not always going to be possible. Sometimes we're going to have to do other stuff on our turn, but ideally, we want to be able to pay 1 every time. So that's like the like first thoughts on seeing the card. Then I started doing a little bit of like, okay, compared to stuff I already know about. And one of those things actually is that deck I told you doesn't really work, but I think is very similar. And that deck I don't know why I'm like taking it out of the box like I'm going to show it on screen. I'm just going to pull up the card here. And that deck is built around Cross Defense Contractor. So Cross is white, 1 green, white, blue. So it's an additional color, but that turns out not to matter that much for playstyle. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a shield counter on target creature an opponent controls. Whenever you put 1 or more counters on a creature a creature you don't control, tap that creature and goad it. It gains trample until your next turn. So, why do I think these things are similar? Both are endeavoring to deal with creatures by not removing them necessarily, but making sure they can't do what they need to do, or at the very least they can't attack you, right? And they're kind of controlling in that way, right? Tapping creatures down so they can't attack is similar to goading them so they can't attack you. And there's going to be a lot of tapping involved, right? Tapping opponents' creatures. Cross does this with his triggered ability. That's not necessarily the most important thing, but it does mean that certain cards that care about when you tap stuff are similarly good in both decks. The card I'm thinking of in particular is Verity Circle, which I'll pull up real quick. Well, as long as I don't click off of the box for no reason. Whenever a creature an opponent controls becomes tapped, if it isn't being declared as an attacker, you may draw a card. So this card is really good in Cross, also really good in Hylda, so that'll be added to the deck, and we can just add it in now. Okay. Easy. We're going to actually do a visual grid here. Be a little cool to see the cards laid out this way. Now, when the deck gets filled out, it's going to be not so easy, but such as it is. The last time you saw when I was building on Cockatrice, I added in a bunch of lands. I'm going to do that. I'm just not going to do that right this second. Okay. Well, given that I think these decks would be similar in practice, what can we learn based on Cross? Well, Cross has a bunch of problems. Most notably, Cross doesn't really... It struggles to deal with creatures for whom attacking isn't the most important thing. What I mean by that is, if there's a utility creature with some like cool effect, not only does Cross not really destroy or remove that creature in like the way you're playing the deck generally, you're trying to tap stuff down, put counters on or whatever. His specific ability to put a shield counter makes it increasingly difficult to do that at all. On top of that, like targeted removal is generally not very good in Commander or EDH, I guess. And so even though I could play like targeted removal to get rid of stuff, he struggles with card advantage, 1, and 2, he there's just not a lot of it that's worth playing, and it will be detrimental to that long term. On top of that, big sweepers are pretty bad because you're putting shield counters on opponent stuff. You're casting Cross again is kind of an imposition because you have to cast Cross, then put counters on stuff. And one of the strengths of the deck is that you can strengthen your opponent's creatures for them to kill each other. If you wipe the board, they can't do that anymore. So it's kind of counterproductive. These are some of the difficulties Cross has. But Hylda is different. Hylda doesn't care about them getting counters or being goaded and attacking other creatures. You just want to tap them. Killing creatures isn't necessarily a problem as long as you're killing tapped creatures. Because then, if you expect to have that your opponent's creatures will be tapped, your creatures you can set up turns where they're not tapped. And so if you play something like Sunblast Angel, this is basically a one-sided Wrath of God. So that's cool. Already solving some problems. Now, I'll admit, this is a little bit different than my actual thought process. Because something I figured out before I got to this point was There's a really cool card that I love and haven't played with in a long time because it's not great to in most formats. That is absolutely stellar's bonkers, insane, super good in this deck. That card is Opposition. We're gonna look at the Urza's version because that's better. Opposition, 2 blue blue enchantment. Tap it untap creature you control. Tap target artifact, creature, or land. Historically, the way you've used Opposition is you create a giant number of creatures, and then you tap all your opponent's lands. They can't really do anything while you're developing your board. That's not our game plan. We care more about tap target creature. In fact, there's a fixed version of this card called Glare of Subdual. I say fixed because this effect should probably be blue is like okay because of the tap part, but like having a glut of creatures isn't really a blue thing, and like so like green and white it makes sense because they make a lot of creatures, and white can tap stuff as well. It's also only tap artifacts or creatures, not lands. This is very much the fixed version. But we're not actually all that interested in the part that makes this card broken because in Commander, you're not going to have enough creatures to tap all of your opponent's lands all the time. It's just not happening. We're not looking to do that. Maybe at the end, maybe at the end of a game where there's only one other player, maybe at that point we might get to the point where we can tap all their lands, but at that point we can probably just kill them. That said, uh we're gonna Opposition is super super good because one of the options on Hylda is make a 4/4. So what does that mean? If I have any creature, say for example Hylda, I can go tap Hylda, tap your creature. She triggers. I pay 1. I make a 4/4. I can tap that 4/4, tap another creature. I pay 1. I make another 4/4. Now it's I have to pay 1 mana to tap all creatures my opponent's 1 mana per creature my opponent controls to make a 4/4 and tap it. This also solves another problem that Cross has, which is winning the game. Cross makes your opponent's creatures really really good and hard to get off the table. They usually kill each other pretty quick, but then at the end, goated creatures have to attack you. And these creatures are super good because you've been buffing them all game. So winning the game is really difficult, and there aren't really tools that win the game based on the general game plan that Cross has been engaging in. Buffing your opponent's creatures is not usually a thing that you can win the game off of. There are some tools. There are things like Reigns of Power. I'll show you some of these cards. If I can spell. Wait, what? Is it? Am I spelling it wrong? Could have sworn it was called Reigns of Power. Oh, it's not. Okay, different kind of Reigns. Reigns of Power to swap your board with their board. That's one method. And there's like Luminarch Ascension, but you need a lot of mana for this, which Cross ended up struggling with. Maybe a different build wouldn't have struggled in that way. Luminarch Ascension could also do it. There was also just proliferating, because proliferating is good in Cross anyway, and then proliferate onto your Planeswalkers or poison counters. But I didn't really want to build a Super Friends deck. There were a lot of problems. The short version of that is that winning the game was really difficult for Cross, but for Hylda, she makes 4/4s. And making 4/4s can end, like if you make enough of them, you can end the game pretty quick. On top of that, she can buff the board if that's what you need to do. If, for example, you're trying to attack on a specific turn, maybe you can tap your opponent's creatures and then put counters on all your creatures and attack for lethal. That's an option. And card advantage was a problem with Cross, which she has built in as you can also scry 2 and draw a card. All of this stuff is really good. So we're going to learn from Cross, but we also get access to some other stuff. In addition to this, we also so I'm going to go to Scryfall because there are a couple of searches that I've already done that I would just want to show you. I just have to pull them up. I think I still have them open on my phone. So, okay. So if I remember right. Okay, I think I started with whenever a creature, whenever a creature becomes tapped. There's a way of doing this. Hold on. Oh no, that's right. I did the advanced search. I think that helped. Um, no, there's some syntax thing. There was a way of searching like whenever this creature becomes tapped, or like putting. You can say like, yeah, things like. So. Uh, okay, hold on. I'm just gonna send this link to myself so I can show it to y'all. How best to do that? A moment, please. This was the problem was like I was excited and looking this up on my phone at night, and so I wasn't thinking like, oh well, I'm gonna need this on stream. So if I just take 2 seconds, okay. I don't remember exactly what this search was for, but I do know. Okay, so it's whenever a creature becomes tapped. Betrayal is one of the cards that came up that's kind of interesting. Okay, I didn't realize that it's enchant creature and opponent controls. We'll pull up the oracle text here. All right. Enchant creature and opponent controls. Whenever enchanted creature becomes tapped, draw a card. This is going to be less powerful than you think, but also, if you're thinking it's bad, it's probably going to be better than you think. Uh, we can't. If we could put it on Hilda, it would be really good with something like because of something like opposition. But that's obviously why you can't do that because they don't want you to just be able to attack. But we can put stuff. We're planning on tapping our opponent's creatures, and there are going to be some creatures whose main relevance is combat. We don't really need to remove. We can just let sit there and keep tapping. That's going to be the perfect target for something like Betrayal. Even if it's something our opponent can get out of play, maybe by blinking it or maybe sacrificing it to something, getting a draw or two off of this for 1 mana. For 1 mana, if I draw 2 cards off of this, I'll be happy. All right, if I draw 3 or more, that'd be insane. So that's probably going to be like a pretty good card, but it synergizes. So you can add that. If I remember right, there was something else in this list, but I don't remember. A lot of these are going to be kind of off because there's things like whenever this becomes untapped. And it's like, well, that technically has the same words, but not exactly the same. Verity Circle we already have, and I think that was all from this search. Well, we have... Okay, War Chancellor Scald is interesting. When it becomes tapped, if it's if it's enchanted or equipped. Never mind, it's worthless. Stony Brook Schoolmaster is a card that I'm on the fence about. This card synergizes super, super well if we have opposition. It's bonkers, right? We tap this to tap a thing. We make a 1/1. We make something with Hilda. We tap the 1/1 to do a thing. You know, super good. But it's really bad if we don't have it. So we're gonna keep this in the like maybe pile. We're gonna keep some tabs open. But I really don't know. It did remind me though. So this is where like just being around for a long time helps. That there was this theme in Morningtide, I think Lorwyn as well, of merfolks doing stuff when they become tapped. If I remember right, Fallow Sage is one of those cards. Yeah, when it becomes tapped, draw a card. I think I want to skew away for this from a couple reasons. One, these mostly work when opposition's going, and when opposition's going, we don't need to synergize. We should be able to. Honestly, if we have opposition in play, we might not have to cast spells anymore. That's how powerful I expect it to be. If opposition and Hilda get to stick around, I don't see how we lose, except for something like some combo finish, right? And even then, we might be able to kill a combo player before they can do anything, before they can get out from underneath this. Remember, I only described the first turn of Hilda plus opposition. On a subsequent turn, we can do the same thing again, but keep the original slate of 4/4s. This ramps up incredibly quickly. Opposition's probably the most important card in our deck, which gets me thinking, okay, maybe we should do a little bit of searching for it. I generally don't like tutors in Commander. I think that kind of the point of the format is that it's singleton and a big deck, and so you have to work with what you get. These are kind of a concession to just the power level of decks. I don't like that they're here. Maybe we can get away from playing them, and these will be some cards that I'll be happy to cut, even though they are exceptionally good. But just to be clear, I don't like tutors. I think they're counter counterproductive for the aims of the format. If I remember right, it's I for ID. Oh, it's ID. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at the syntax because I want to, from here on, I want to make sure that. Oh, okay. It just recognizes Azorius. So, uh, yeah, it even gives it as an example. So we can put ID Azorius, and then for the text, I believe text is O. Card text is O. We'll put destroy all tapped creatures. So one thing you might be asking, might be wondering, and I'm realizing as I'm getting here, why is it that we're not looking for cards that tap our opponent's stuff, and we're instead looking at these other things? My expectation is that a huge amount of the cards in the deck, or at the very least a lot of cards in the deck, are going to be towards the end of tapping our opponent's creatures. So I want the payoffs, and then we can fill in the majority of what's going on, which is going to be the tapping. So there are a couple other cards. I'm going to stay away from the Three Kingdoms one because, well, oh, it's only $25. Okay, that's actually not bad. We'll include that. So, oh, whoops. So we have a few other cards. They're all 6 mana, but the benefit is that they shouldn't be killing our creatures. So would you be willing to pay 6 mana for Plague Wind? I think so. Oh, Righteous Fury. It comes with upside too. What is this from? Portal 2. Oh, it's from Starter 99 and Portal 2. Which version we want? Probably Portal, right? That'll be a problem for when I actually buy the cards. So we have Guan Yu. Guan Yu's 1000 Li March. And Righteous Fury, I believe the card was called. And Righteous Fury. Yes, perfect. So now we have a few Wrath effects. That's pretty cool. I wouldn't mind having some more, but we can go from there. So now we have like some of the payoff stuff in mind. Not enough, and I'll come back to some of these. I'm just going through like some of the general ideas without being thorough in any of them. We'll come back and fill in. Now another thing I want to ask is like, what's our play style? We have our plan, right? We have one of the things that's really important is you have to have a plan A. Our plan A is tap our opponent's creatures, use tapping them to make a bunch of 4/4s, maybe draw a bunch of cards depending on the situation, and then attack them with those 4/4s. The 4/4s are the win condition. Cool. So now, what does that mean about our play style, right? We have a few sorcery speed things, like we have 3 Wrath effects at sorcery speed, but opposition is a lot of instant speed stuff, and more importantly, we want to tap. If we tap our opponent's creatures on our turn, they're just going to untap and be able to attack, right? Which leaves us pretty vulnerable. It'd be much, much better, obviously, to tap our opponent's creatures on their turn. What that means is that we want to have the mana to pay for Hilda on our opponent's turns. What that means is we want a bunch of mana, so we're gonna have a bunch of artifact mana. We'll get to that. But we also are gonna be passing our turn with a lot of unspent mana. What that means to me is that this is probably gonna be a pretty controlling style of deck. We could build it in a more aggressive way where we tap creatures on our opponent's creatures on our turn so that we can attack through, and we're definitely going to be doing that on turns where we want to kill our opponent. But the general play style is going to be pretty controlling. And I hope that makes sense as to why I got to that point. So, I want to have a bunch of cards that reward me for not having spent mana on my opponent's turn. Things like Dig Through Time. Things like Counter Magic. Notably about the counter magic is that creatures are pretty well handled by our plan A, our general game plan, but our plan A is also really bad at dealing with non-creature stuff. So while I think Negate is a great card in general in Commander, I think it's more important here than in other decks because it's just so imperative that we stop the game-breaking non-creature spells since we have creatures answered somewhat. We're not going to rely. We can't say they're answered entirely. Obviously, they still have their text box, and more creatures are being printed like Hilda, which, if Hilda were an enchantment, I would love this as well, right? Like, I would be great. The only benefit that comes with being a creature is she can be my commander. But she's basically an enchantment with legs. So, counter magic. And so this is where, and on top of all of that, because I know that this deck is very similar to Cross, I can look through my old Cross deck, which I've already done, and find cards that should still be good. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to just add in a bunch of cards, and these are all cards that I know are going to be good here because they were in Cross. We've added some of them. Okay, and some of them are going to be on the fence. So Solemn Simulacrum has a few things going for it. One, it gets us mana. Cool, we need mana. Two, it's a creature, which means it can be used with opposition. Cool, that's great. And if it dies, it draws a card. Fine. The problem is it's 4 mana, right? Like, this is why people don't put it in every deck anymore. I started playing EDH at a time where everyone's deck was slow enough to support Solemn, and so you put it in every deck. This might not make the final cut, but for now it's here. And these are in no particular order. They're just in whatever order I found them in Cross. So some of them are going to be obvious, like we just want Mana Rocks. Some of them are just going to be general interaction. Cards like Grasp of Fate. I think Grasp of Fate is a criminally underplayed card. Where'd it go? It's for each opponent. You exile up to one target non-land permanent they control until Grasp of Fate leaves the battlefield. It's 1-for-1 removal, or like it's point and click removal that doesn't lose you card advantage because you get it from each opponent. You're effectively, everyone is down one card. You're down Grasp of Fate, they're down the most important thing they have. Super good, deals with multiple people, and it helps us in like the control aspect a little bit, just in the sense that, well, they're doing less. You're taking important stuff out from them, and sometimes we're not going to be able to handle non-creature permanents before they enter the battlefield. Which also means this is a card that actually isn't in Cross, but should have been. We get to play a card that I think is also, well, maybe not underplayed, but I love, and I think people don't know about it enough, and people don't play it enough. Return to Dust. 2 white, exile target artifact or enchantment. If you cast this during your main phase, you may exile up to one other target artifact or enchantment. So at 4 mana, on an opponent's turn, you can, if you desperately need to, get rid of an artifact and enchantment. For 4 mana, that's not great. On your turn, being able to kill 2 things for 4 mana is pretty good, but that it exiles is what puts it over the top. I think this card is a little slow and a little hard to justify sometimes, but if you can play a deck that can basically support a 4 mana spell like this, which not all can. I don't think it belongs in every white deck. It should be in a lot more white decks than exist. But if you can expect to play a card like this and not hurt your tempo too bad, because 4 mana is an investment, even in Commander where like you get to a lot of mana. If you can if your deck can handle this card does do a lot of work. Some things are kind of obvious. There are going to be some creatures that we want to get off the table. Uh, Even though we're tapping it down, that might not be sufficient. Swords to Plowshares is very good, efficient, 1-for-1 removal. It exiles, cool, great. I don't think I have to justify that too much. Arcane Signet, obviously, again, just mana. Some people hate me for this one. It's a commonly played card, but obviously a lot of people hate it. Rhystic Study is just very good. It fits into our control-ish theme. This one actually might not be super necessary because Hylda can draw us a bunch of cards as well. But it is like a little bit of attacks, a little bit of card advantage. It's basically free to put in. I don't love that there are staples like Rhystic Study that you basically have to put in every blue deck. You don't really, but like you kind of do. And I don't love it, but it's inevitable. And what do we gain by not playing it, right? I'm not sure about this one. This one's a little bit on the fence, but Luminarch Ascension. Another win condition. It helps us make creatures. That could be good with opposition, but like, again, if we're doing stuff with opposition, we probably don't need Luminarch Ascension. This is more in games when we don't have access to opposition. We should be able to keep creatures off of us for a while, and that can give us 4/4s, and we can start winning the game that way. This is a little bit iffy, but we'll have it for now. I don't know if this is worth it, Reprieve, but maybe it's good. It's a new card. We'll try it out. I'm not going to play Remand, which is kind of funny. So, like, if I'm not going to play Remand, why am I playing Reprieve? Maybe I should play Remand. I don't really know. Again, we're at this point mostly doing like brainstorming and bulk adding. We can cut stuff later. Reprieve might get cut. Unlikely to get cut is Arcane Denial. Dovin's Veto. Card is so good. Another just counter non-creature spell, which is exactly what we want. The next card, I'm on the fence about. Sol Ring goes in every deck, and I hate it. I also hate that a card this powerful is just allowed in the format. It is way more powerful than some of the other cards on the ban list. It's mostly accepted because everyone can play it. The problem I have, though, is that while everyone can play it, not everyone draws it, and we have every one of us, lost games to the person who goes, turn 1, land, Sol Ring, Signet, go. They're on 5 mana on turn 2, and while you can put up a fight, you never really recover from that. And, like, sure, anyone can have that happen to them, but not everyone does have that happen to them. I've had a game where every opponent of mine played turn 1 Sol Ring. Do you think I could win that game? Like, everyone's way ahead on mana. I'm doing 2 mana stuff while they're doing 6 mana stuff. I think it introduces a lot of volatility into a format that doesn't need to be there. A lot of times people will just win because they drew this early. I know it's bad. It's worse later, but like it's never bad. Not unless your deck is built in such a way where, you can't get more cards to spend the mana on. So on principle, I've refused to put Sol Ring on index in the past. We'll see how powerful this deck is. If this deck genuinely doesn't need it, I will cut it. But for now, it is kind of a concession to the fact that all of my opponents have it, and I hate it. People have argued with me about this in the past, and some people have agreed with me. I don't know. I think it's kind of a travesty that Sol Ring isn't banned. Same with like Mana Crypt, Mana Vault. Mana Vault is fine. Like that one doesn't bother me as much. Mana Crypt is just one of those like, especially in a 40 life format, the 3 life is way less important. It's mostly mitigated by the fact that it's prohibitively expensive for a lot of players, but de facto banned isn't the same as banned. So, I don't know. Obviously, Cyclonic Rift is very good. Cyclonic Rift, in particular, is better than it is in Cross, because in Cross, it's kind of a concession to have to cast it. It's kind of like, okay, I can't deal with the board I've given you. But in this deck, we don't care if they keep having creatures. That's not important to us, like it is in Cross. We just need to have tapped them in the first place. Well, like, once we start tapping their creatures, I don't care if I remove it from the battlefield. It's not super important to me that that creature specifically keeps attacking. But in Cross, it kind of is. And if you redeploy your creatures, that's just as good for me. Whereas with Cross, it's a little less so. Wandering Emperor. Our opponents are going to have tapped creatures. That's really good. It makes tokens, whatever. This is like a little... It's a little low power for how Commander works, but it's probably good. Another staple. But also very good because we're playing a control deck, Teferi's Protection. Easy enough. Why is this version not the one that's in my pretty deck? I don't know. Another just staple card, Smothering Tithe. Another card that previously my friends actually had banned in our group and then went back on it because they wanted to play more powerful decks again. That's something else that should come up here. Because I've been playing for so long, and because I've been playing Commander specifically for very long, I started playing... Oh, when did I start playing? More than 10 years ago, for sure. I don't remember exactly. I remember the first deck I built, that I helped a friend build, was using... We were torn between Teneb the Harvester and Doran the Siege Tower. And I don't think it was terribly long after Lorwyn. It might have been during Shards of Alara block, maybe even... I think Doran was in Standard, so it might have even been during like Shadowmoor block. So it puts it at like 2008, 2009. Yeah, something like that. But because I've been playing for so long, one of the things is like I've gone through the cycle that I think a lot of people end up going through. Maybe not. Maybe it's just me. Where like at first you're like, I want to do the most powerful thing I ever possibly can, and that's like a lot of fun. But then it started to be less fun for me to win the game because my cards are so good. It doesn't feel like I really did anything. It feels instead like the cards won the game and I was just here holding them. I don't know if you've ever had that feeling where like you play a card so game-breakingly powerful that like, okay, now what? For example, I have a deck around Mail the Anima, which is, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but like it's all about big creatures, right? 5 power or greater creatures. And so there was a little while where I played Primal Surge. Well, I need a lot of mana in that deck, and Commander, you can get to 10, and I have a lot of big creatures, yada yada, etc. So I played Primal Surge in my deck that had no instants and sorceries other than Primal Surge. And it's exile the top card of your library. If it's a permanent card, put it on the battlefield. If you do, repeat this process. Let's put my deck onto the battlefield and win the game immediately. And it just felt really unsatisfying every time. I would just slam my deck onto the battlefield and just be like, all right, the game's over now. But what did I do? I just cast the spell, right? If this spell said win the game, it would have done the same thing. And, like, how satisfying is that, really? Now, I know for a lot of players, especially newer players, you're not going to have that feeling as much. Because for you, it's new and, like, you haven't done something like this before, and you're exploring these new ideas and these new ways of playing the game with a lot of this stuff. But for me, I've done a lot of that stuff already. Tribal decks are incredibly boring to me because I've seen it all. It's all like you don't really think too much about what's going on. You just jam your zombies or your soldiers or whatever else, and they do the work for you. I like to try to like leverage my ability to play the game, my piloting skill, and my decision making. That's fun for me. So I try to avoid cards that are so like overwhelmingly powerful. Well, Smothering Tithe can sometimes be like that. It's not a Primal Surge, don't get me wrong, but people have definitely won the game off the back of Smothering Tithe. I was playing like partly because it's a little pushed. Paying 2 mana per card I think is excessive. It should probably be 1 mana. But I've also like a lot of people just don't pay for it. So my friends will just be like, screw it. I'd rather do my busted thing than prevent you from doing your busted thing. Not realizing like it's not equivalent at all. So I had someone who was like, oh he was like playing Kurik or something like that and drawing like He drew like 10, 15 cards in a turn, and I was just like, all right, I have all this mana now, and it, like immediately proceeded to win the game. Just nothing to do about it. So I don't like cards like Smothering Tithe for that reason. Maybe I'll end up cutting it. I have cut cards because they're too good before. I've cut Primal Surge. I've cut. I have another control deck. I used to play Approach of the Second Sun. I cut that because it was just way too easy. I just didn't have to try at all. It was like play this card, sometimes play a tutor, more often just draw enough cards, play it again, the game's over. It just didn't require. It felt like the card was winning the game, but I wasn't. So we'll see. Maybe Smothering Tithe gets the cut for that reason. I know I blathered a lot uh, over a card that's like that shouldn't require any explanation, but this is how I think about things. Path to Exile, another really good point and click removal. Shouldn't have to explain that too much. And then just a few lands. I'll leave those for later. We'll do the mana base at the end. But these are cards from Cross that I think would be good. All right, cool. There are some other cards that I know are going to be good that I can think of off the top of my head, which is Cryptic Command. Which would help if I could spell. Cryptic Command. The least relevant option, or historically, or generally the least useful mode on this card is the third one, and it is the absolute best for our deck. 1 blue, 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 choose 2, counter target spell, return target permanent to its owner's hand, tap all creatures your opponents control, draw a card. Tap all creatures our opponents control? Yeah, that sounds like a deal to me. This is also the kind of thing we can play in order to get through with an attack. We just like tap down their board, we pay whatever mana we can into Hylda to buff our creatures, and then we send out and kill them. So cards like this are going to be really good. So because cards like this are really good, we're going to look for cards that tap all creatures. And so now we can get into the tapping portion of the deck. I looked at cards with stun counters prior, and I'm going to skip that part because it just wasn't good. None of the cards were really that useful. And something to note is that Hylda actually doesn't want us to put stun counters on stuff. You would think she does, right? You're like, oh, she's about tapping and icing stuff down. But you want to tap untapped creatures as much as possible, which means they need to untap. Stun counters prevent that. I actually think stun counters are not good in this deck. They can be situationally, depending on the card, but we're not going to go out of our way for them. So now we're just going to like read some tappers. Abishan would be really good if we had more cephalids. It's another opposition, but we don't. It does have triple blue tap all creatures without flying though. Ooh, that's kind of tempting. The big problem is he's a 6 mana creature that with underwhelming stats, and triple blue to activate is kind of a lot. I don't think so. Bond of Discipline, if this were instant speed, I would consider it, but being a sorcery, I don't think we're going to want to do that much. And 5 mana is a lot. Call to Glory, untap all creatures, not what we want. Let's see, Cone of Cold. Roll a d20. On a 1 through 9, tap all creatures your opponent's control. That's already basically Cryptic Command minus draw card, so that's a big deal. But like, that's a mode on Cryptic Command that we want. Let's see, tap all, 10 through 19, the most likely outcome. This is literally 50% of the die, whereas the previous one was 45%. Tap all creatures your opponents control. Those creatures don't untap during the next untap step. That doesn't matter that much to us. And it can be a bad thing. I think most of the time it's not bad. It's just not something we're going to seek out. And then on 20, tap all creatures your opponents control. Those creatures don't untap during the controller's next untap steps. Until your next turn, creatures your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. It's only a 5% anyway, but like I think we don't. Cone of Cold's an option. Maybe we might play Cone of Cold. I really don't know, because like I don't want to keep them. I guess it's fine to keep them tapped. We'll play Cone of Cold. Okay. One thing that I'm keeping in the back of my head that I haven't mentioned yet is that there's a series of a type of card we can play. There's a nickname for it, but I don't know if there's an easy way to search it. Which is decoys, named after Master Decoy, just white tap target creature. We're probably going to play some number of these. I'm leaving it until a little later to see what the other stuff is going to look like, because like 4 mana versions of this maybe aren't so good. But we'll look at things that tap individual creatures, because one of the things that is value about effects like this, we're almost certainly going to play actual Master Decoy. One of the things that's useful about cards like this is that 1 mana to activate is a lot cheaper than something like Cone of Cold, which is 4 mana. And if we don't need to tap a huge number of creatures, this is going to let us activate Hilda, whereas like we might only have 4 mana available, and so if we Cone of Cold, we can't get benefit from our commander. So cards like this are going to be useful, but we're going to come back to those. Dawnglare Invoker does just tap all creatures. Oh, it's target player controls? Even worse. Okay, I was going to say it's 8 mana to activate, but it's also not all of our opponents. It's just target players. Deluge? Deluge might be okay. It's an instant. It only taps non-flyers, which flyers are going to be more difficult for us anyway because our elementals don't fly. We'll add it to the list, but it might get cut. But it's 3 mana and it's instant. 2 things that are pretty important to us. Drumbellower is interesting, but I don't think it does anything for us. Ensnare, you can cast this by returning 2 islands instead of paying its cost, and it's just tap all creatures. I think I don't want to pay 4 for if it's tapping my board also, but maybe tapping my board's not a big deal. By the way, with Intruder Alarm, we could go infinite, and I'm going to avoid that. Intruder Alarm is creatures don't untap as normal, but during their controller's untap steps, but when a creature comes into play, untap all creatures. So if we have any creature that taps for mana, which in these colors is difficult, but not impossible, we can even play like Paradise, like Ornithopter of Paradise or something like that. We go tap the creature for mana, tap our Master Decoy, tap your creature, untap, or no, sorry, it can't be Master Decoy. It has to be like Opposition, right? Opposition, use the one from that creature to make a 4/4. That untaps everything, including their creature. Do it all over again, and we make infinite 4/4s and draw infinite cards. I'm not doing that, so we're just not playing Intruder Alarm because I'm not about it. This seems not bad. Githzerai Monk. 4 and a white, 3/2 flying flash. When it enters the battlefield, tap all creatures you don't control. That it taps only our opponent's stuff is pretty nice. It's 5 mana, which is more than I'd like to pay for something like this. But, it also has a body itself, so that's why you're paying the little bit extra. That's probably fine. So, given what we've seen about like how much it generally costs to tap all of our opponent's creatures, and keeping in mind that it's not just 5 mana for the monk, it's 5 mana plus all. We want to pay 1 per opponent's creature. Not only is mana even more important than I thought, and I thought it was pretty important. Master Decoy effects are going to be super valuable because we're not going to have the mana for these one-shot effects consistently enough to rely on them. We're not going to be able to do this every turn, right? Especially because they are one-shot effects. We're not going to have enough of them to do this. So we're gonna want to, I think, mostly rely on consistent effects of tapping, which I wanted to do anyway. But what does this Gideon do? He untaps creatures. Okay, that's why he's here. This Jace also untaps creatures. Jangling Automaton is not where we want to be. Okay, Monstrosity of the Lake does tap all creatures on my opponent's control, and puts stun counters on them. But it's when it enters the battlefield if you pay 5. So it's a 10 mana thing. No. Maybe we can play like Blink stuff, right? We can try to Blink our Githzerai Monk and Monstrosity of the Lake, and like, okay, then we can start tap. But like, that's a lot of. It's too many gears in the machine, right? Because the Blink effects aren't going to be that good without these cards. And then we kind of have too many things going on, too many sub-themes. I've seen people do this a lot, where I think the food deck we went over on stream had that problem of like you're just trying to do too many things. You have too many angles of approach, And when you draw the wrong combination of them, things are just going to go sideways. So we're going to avoid that. Well, this Mu Yen Ling is really good at tapping, but it's an ultimate. We can't rely on that. Uh, okay, out of time does not do that. There's gonna be a lot of untap, and we just don't want. It's not. We're not looking for untap. We're looking for tap. But unfortunately, tap to the exclusion of untap. Actually, we probably can. Hold on. Let's hold on. There is a way of doing this. Negating conditions. Uh, so okay, yeah. So minus fire. Okay, so we can just do. Is it just add minus untap? Oh, but I guess we don't want to exclude things that untap because maybe it says like tap all your creatures, untap or untap all of your creatures, tap all their creatures. All right, never mind. We're not going to exclude that, even though we're going to get some misses, um, because we just there might. I'd rather catch everything than exclude some stuff we don't want to look at. So we're gonna get a lot of untaps. Oh, Sky Hussar is kind of cute. We probably will have the creatures to justify this, but I'm gonna hold off for now. Sleep, I thought about. Sleep, I think is not going to make the cut for a few reasons. One, it's a sorcery, so that means we're spending mana. Not only do we have to cast it on our turn where it's least relevant, we also want to pay into Hilda a ton of mana before we know what we need to spend our mana on in our control deck. So that's pretty bad. It's also only target player, and the not untapping isn't that big a deal. So sleep isn't going to make the cut. Subjugator Angel, also sorcery, also 6 mana, but it's all of our opponent's creatures, but like it's just so much worse than what we already have. Even though we need more of that effect, I just don't think it makes the cut. I don't. Okay. Tempest Caller is almost good. It taps all creatures, and it's just target player. It just taps of all of one person's creatures. I don't think that's good enough. Thoughtwef Gambit. Oh, that's a card I forgot about. Tap all creatures your opponents control and untap creatures you control. That's a maybe. It's mostly a maybe because it just harkens back to I remember playing in Shadowmoor and it was like, it's just I just miss those days. But 6 mana to tap all of our opponent's stuff is kind of a lot, and untapping our stuff isn't that big a deal. I guess I've already talked myself out of it. Never mind. Thundercloud Elemental. God, I remember playing with that card or playing against that card. And then we get a lot of untaps. Okay, so that's okay. I forgot we also want to include a format here. It's not a big deal, but let's include format legality. So that's F. Okay, F commander. And we'll put that before here. Just like I'd like to, just for my own ease, I'm putting the search terms that are not changing at the very beginning, so that when I just select, if I want to remove all of it, I can. I don't have to be like remove this part and then remove this part and then remove this part. Okay. So now we're gonna look at tap target creature. I wonder if we can include optional like sometime. Oh yeah, we can. Uh, we can do. Okay, so hold on. I have to look at the. So using or. Okay, so we have to put this in parentheses, then say or have tap, and then I want to put. I want options, right? Shortcut next. No, that's not what we want. There has to be a way to search for cards where it taps some number of creatures. Oh, hold on. We can do an and, right? Hold on. Nesting conditions. That is not what I want. There has to be a way of doing this. I know how to do it in SQL, the actual database language, but I don't know how their markdown language does it. Okay, so hold on. Tilde. Maybe there's not a way of doing it. Oh, hold on, hold on. I know how to do it and. Or we can do this. It includes tap and target creatures. I think that works. So I want to see if there's anything that says like. Actually, why don't we do this search separately just to see if it's working? No, it's not. Okay. Uh. Oh, no, this does work. So we should see. Okay, adverse conditions should be in there, but it's not. So we did something wrong here. Maybe we don't need. I'm so close. I'm so close. Oh, did I close the syntax? I think I did. Hold on. Let's do nesting conditions. So if I'm reading this right, okay, so we can do. Oh, maybe we just do it this way. I don't think this works at all. Yeah. Okay, we'll just search them separately because we found like this works. So we'll just look at the things separately because I want to search for things that tap a single creature, but also things that tap multiple creatures. Uh, so some of these tappers, like 3 mana to tap a creature, too expensive. 4 mana for a creature that does it for 1 mana, probably too expensive. Um, Angelic Benediction is actually kind of cute, but I don't think that's where we want to be. I guess we can consider the creatures that tap on attack. I don't think that's what I want. This is interesting. Ace and Bureaucrats, because it only taps small things, but doesn't cost any mana. I think we're going to add that. It'll probably be like the only thing we have that taps exclusively small creatures, but um, it is really efficient, right? It's 2 mana. It's a 2 mana creature that taps for free. Oh my god, we're playing a Homelands card. Oh, we're playing a Homelands card. We did it. Good job, team. Ballynock Trapper was a card I remembered existed but forgot the name of, and it is very good for us. 3 and a white for a 2/2, so like it is expensive to cast. 4 mana for a tapper is not great. It taps for free though, and when we cast a white spell, we untap it. So if we do something like Swords to Plowshares or Path to Exile, we get another tap, which is pretty nice. So Ballynock Trapper, and now we're getting into the meat and potato stuff. This is going to be like a bulk of the deck. And there's going to be a lot of stuff we want other than this, but I wanted to make sure we hit the like really important cards before we started getting into like the bulk stuff. You know what I mean? Uh okay, we're going to get a lot of untaps as well. We're probably just going to play a huge number of 1 and a white, 1/2 white tap a creature. We'll start there. Maybe we don't. Oh, Blinding Drone. requires colorless specifically. That's pretty unfortunate. Blinding Soul Eater can tap for free if we needed to. I actually don't hate that. Okay, so we'll add all of these. And we might end up cutting them. They are pretty inefficient. In the sense that it's just some random creature. What it doesn't do anything right away, and what it does is only valuable with our commander. But hopefully that's not that big a deal. Blinding Soul Eater. I did forget the name of the card, but thankfully it came up there. All right, Bluster Squall. Bluster Squall is great. Yeah. This is modular, which is nice. We can either play it for 1 if we desperately need to, or we can play it for 4, in which case it's basically the same as like Cone of Cold. Did we not add Cone of Cold? I think we didn't. I think we're gonna end up playing that. Oh, it's a sorcery? Oh, never mind. Get this out of here. I didn't realize it wasn't here, and that we nope, it's sorcery. Never mind. It's better Cone of Cold, I guess. Yeah, that seems fine. This is Constellation to tap, not great. 2 mana to tap is, and with a condition, gross. Double blue is kind of expensive, especially on a 4 mana creature. Oh god, this is like a twiddle, right? Tap or untap target creature whenever a player uses chain stasis. Oh, someone else they can do this. The person can like chain it. Okay, no. I don't want 2 mana tappers. It's just too expensive. Chillbringer's too expensive and too dorky. If Chill to the Grave, I think if am I willing to pay 3 mana for this? It's if I could consistently have a zombie, I think I'd play it. Choking Tethers. I think Choking Tethers is great. If we need to, it can be tap a creature, draw a card, and then we activate Hilda. Or if we have enough mana, we can do a bulk tap. Now, 4 creatures isn't everything, but it's a lot. And the modularity is pretty good. It would be helpful if I spelled it right. Alright. Chrome Prowler, enters the battlefield, tap target creature and opponent controls. No. Oh, Citadel Siege is great. So normally I remember playing this card and like the cons mode being busted, but actually the dragon mode is really good for us. So Citadel Siege. As it enters the battlefield, choose cons or dragons. Cons, at the beginning of combat on your turn, put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature you control. This was unbeatable unlimited. But dragons is at the beginning of combat on each opponent's turn, tap target creature that player controls. So we get a free tap each combat. That seems great. This is actually better than a lot of the other cards that we have already for the purpose of tapping. I don't want 3 mana tappers. I don't want... Oh, this is untap creature. That's what we want. Court Street Denizen is good in a version of this deck that is more... You could build... There's another version of this deck that I've alluded to already. It's the sorcery speed version where you just tap your opponent's blockers and get in. And in that version, Court Street Denizen's very good. Oh, actually, it's already good. I just realized because the elementals we make are white, which means they'll trigger the Court Street Denizen, which means this is kind of another opposition. It doesn't get things started, but it can chain into... Oh, never mind. This card's insane. Oh, something I've forgotten to mention up to this point, but it was something that was part of why I was excited about this, and if Peachy Keen were in chat, who I've spoken to about this, he would agree with me, is that EDH Rec is a really nice tool, and it's really useful, but too often people get sucked into the EDH Rec trap where it's the only thing you use. You just go through there, you find the cards that you want to play, you build a deck, there's usually more than 100, and you don't think about anything outside of that page. And I think that's, one, a lot less interesting, a lot less fun, but two, kind of a trap. People will make mistakes on there, and people won't think of some cards. Now, it's really useful because they often think of a lot of cards you won't think of. And I've very frequently on EDH seen ideas on EDH Rec seen ideas that I hadn't come up with and were really cool and interesting. But very often they miss other stuff, and you should do some amount of thinking on your own. Make it there's fun to deck building. There's a creativity there, and I like being able to do this at a time where there is no EDH Rec for Hilda. At least I don't think so. We'll check in a second, but I want to do most of the deck building before then. Okay. Creeping Chill. I already don't want to play Chill of the Grave, so Creeping Chill doesn't make it. Definitely don't want to spend 7 mana on a 4/4 that spends 4 to tap a creature, so pass on crowd favorites. Crown of Empires is kind of interesting. I don't like that it's 3 mana as a tap a thing, but it's an artifact, which means it's not going to get swept up by removal. I still don't think it's good, though. Cryptic Cruiser would be good if we exiled more stuff. Still not that good. This is a draft card. I was like, wait, I'm like, 1 tap target creature with power less than or equal to the highest number you noted. I'm like, wait, what do you mean noted? Oh, right, it's a conspiracy. It's only relevant in draft, so it's useless otherwise. Oh wow, Cyclopean Stare is a horrible card. What the hell is this? Tap a creature, then return Cyclopean Snare to its owner's hand? What the hell? That's so bad. Okay, sure. I'm skipping through a lot of these because I'm just like, alright, these are bad. Debtor's Pulpit is kind of interesting. Because it's a lot of mana, but it turns a land into a tapper. Now, it's not free to tap because you have to tap a land, which means it's basically spend 1. But it's basically like, oh, this is basically Icy Manipulator. Never mind. This is Icy Manipulator, but worse. A card that we might end up that at this point I think we're actually gonna play. Depose is actually not bad because it draws a card. What's the other side? Create 2/1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature tokens with flying. Then you gain 1 life for each creature you control. I don't think we'll ever cast Deploy, and I don't think Depose is good enough by itself. Is Depose good enough by itself? Tap a creature, draw a card. I mean, it is an instant. It's an instant and it draws a card, which is why I'm considering it. Sometimes we'll need a little bit of point and click. I don't think it's good. I don't think so. I don't think it's good. All right, we're gonna skip it. What's the backside of this? Okay, it's not good. Disciple of the Ring would be good if we could reliably have enough instants and sorceries in our graveyard to activate it, but I don't think we will. And even if we do, we might not necessarily want to exile them. We might play things like Snapcaster Mage or something, depending on how control-y we get. Diversionary Tactics is kind of cute. It's a poor man's opposition. 3 and a white, tap 2 untapped creatures you control, tap target creature. We can't quite get all of our opponent's creatures with that, but we can get a lot. It's probably not good. I think most of the creatures we're going to have are either elementals or tappers, which means that sure, we can tap extra elementals to tap stuff down, but I'm not expecting to pass my turn with a lot of untapped elementals. So it's like, okay, I can tap 2 tappers to make an elemental, or every other creature that gets tapped by my tappers can tap another thing. We'll think about it. This might not be good. It's cute though, which is part of why I want to consider it, but it might not be good. When attacks, tap a creature defending player controls. I'm really on the fence about cards like this. The fact that it flies is really nice, and then the backside is an aura that can give that to a creature. We'll try it. Distracting Geist. We'll put it in for now. That might make the cut, maybe. Well, this Dovin is 6 mana, so pretty unlikely. As a -1 to tap a thing. No, I don't think that's where I want to be. Bidding comment on your turn. Either tap a creature or target creature doesn't untap. It does do it for free. I don't hate that. I don't think that's where I want to be. Drowner of Hope, not good. I don't think. Elite Arrestor is 2 mana to activate. It is on a 1 mana creature, but no, I still don't want that. Yeah, there's definitely a version of this deck where you play like Elite Scale Guard, uh, Elite Scale Guard, and like a bunch of when this creature attacks, tap a creature, and you play for her, and you play for Hilda's second option, if I remember right. Yeah, put a 1/1 counter on all of your creatures. There's definitely a version where you can do that. That's not the version I'm gonna build, but that definitely exists. Oh, Entangling Trap. Oh, whenever you clash. Oh, well, you're gonna do that all the time, right? Pass. How many cards are in this? There are 208 cards here. Tap a creature 3 or less. I think if this were 2 mana, I would play it. But since it's not, like 4 mana is a lot for a conditional tap. Now it's cheap. We have another version. Like Errant Doomsayers is kind of the same as the bureaucrats. We'll put that in, but the concern is like we don't want too many of these. We could probably only afford like having 1 or 2. I didn't even read the Entrancing Lyre. No, I don't want that. It's too expensive to tap stuff. My attacks or tap target creature defending control. Yeah, you can just play a lot of these and just but I'm not going to. Flood is cute. Actually, Flood is kind of interesting. It's just so much mana and so much blue mana specifically. We're going to have a mix of mana. I can't reliably. I think this deck has enough white cards where we're probably going to be moderately split on action. And I do like to play basics. We're going to have a decent amount of cards that lands that don't make blue. It's going to be pretty taxing to use Flood. I don't think that's where we want to be. It can be. It could be. Well, I guess we'll add it to like the maybe pile because like it could be a good backup option of like, okay, we're desperate. Here we have this card, but in the meantime, it does nothing, and I'm pretty worried about that. I don't think we want the things that just come into play and tap something. Yeah, like Frostlinks and all this other stuff. I don't think that's where we want to be. 2 mana tappers is also not where we want to be. Giant Killer, I actually do like Giant Killer, even though it's a 2 mana tapper. It's because it comes with another card, right? It comes with Chop Down to destroy a creature with power 4 or greater, and there are a decent number of targets in EDH. But also, it's only 1 mana, so like the combination of like you get another card and like you, and it's only 1 mana for a slightly inefficient tapper. I think that makes it fine. But like Gideon's Lawkeeper was one, and Gold Metal Harrower were the cards I was thinking of. Like this is the gold standard of a tapper. Uh, which is why I was avoiding the other 2 mana tapper or like 1 mana creature that taps for 2 or 3 mana. Is that uh, I know there are 1 mana creatures that tap for 1, and that's just so much better that I can't really justify playing the worst versions. Okay, well, Glacial Grasp is technically better than some of the other versions of that card, but no, it's not good. If Glaring Aegis had Flash, I think I might actually play it, weirdly. Boast to tap a creature is not where I want. Gold Metal Lookout is so cute. I wish this card was actually playable in this deck. It's 3 and a white, 2/2. White tap, discard a card, make a white Kithkin Soldier token named Gold. It makes literally Gold Meadow Harrier. This card to the left of it. One of the things that was really cool about this card is if you notice it's from Future Sight. Gold Meadow Harrier came out in Lorwyn. Lorwyn was the next. It was Future Sight, then 10th edition, then Lorwyn. So this was Gold Metal Lookout was part of a cycle where all of them made a token of a creature that exists. The green one makes Llanowar Elves, the black one makes Putrid Goblins, the red one makes Spark Elemental. But this one made a creature that didn't exist yet. It was like extra cool. Also, in case you're unfamiliar, this was a type of creature that used to exist a lot called a Spell Shaper. The reason why it's discard a card is it's turning your card, it's turning it into a new spell. That's why you pay the mana cost of the new spell and a card to make the new thing. They used to do that. I kind of miss Spell Shapers, even though they're not very good most of the time. They're pretty inefficient. Grasp of the Hieromancer, I don't think is where we want to be. Because we can just play creatures that do that. I guess we can do it without playing creatures. Yeah, whatever. Gustclaw Cavalier is such a cute card, but no, obviously it's not good. Grip of the Royal. It's really inefficient, but it's modular and it draws a card. We'll put this in the maybe pile. Land at battlefield, tap in a creature and opponent. If it's an island, it doesn't untap. I actually like that. It's a little expensive, but the upside is like it doesn't cost a lot of mana to tap. It's only going to be tapping on our turn most of the time. We'll play some fetch lands. Maybe it's not that good, but we can get it. We can cut it if we need to. Half Elf Monk is very far from where we want to be. Hands of Binding is sorcery, so we don't want it. At the beginning of your upkeep, tap target creature. Well, first of all, this is 6 mana, so no, never mind. But also, I think our upkeep is like the worst time to tap something. Hithlane Knots, tap target creature, scry 1, draw a card. Yeah, all right. We're probably not going to want very many instants and sorceries that tap stuff, given how much we want to rely on consistent sources of tapping. But this is also some amount of card selection. Scry 1, draw a card is almost preordained. It's not quite. It's relevantly worse, but still. And if it enters the battlefield, tap a thing. Okay. And it doesn't untap for as long as you control Ice Flow. Okay, that's what it is. Ice Flow. Ice Flow doesn't actually tap an untapped creature. That's kind of funny, unless it has Vigilance. And if it's so weird that it taps stuff. Okay, interesting. Icing Death is not where we want to be. Yeah, see, like Impede Momentum, like these stun counters, this is the kind of card that would come up. I just don't think that's what we're looking for. Innocent Kami, I like this activated ability. I don't like the 5 mana price tag. So no. Ivory Charm, we can tap a creature. If the other modes on this were reasonable, maybe, but they're not. They're just not good. Jandor Saddlebags untaps, doesn't tap. Have to remove the fading counters. Yeah, that's not where I want to be. Whenever this or another creature enters the battlefield under control, tap on a creature. Oh, this is great. This is kind of expensive, but it's another like we can kind of build our own opposition. It works the same way as the Court Street Denizen, right? Except it doesn't have to be a white creature, it's just any creature. That said, we're relying on the white-blue tokens. So this card's going to be... This might not be good, and we might cut it. How do I spell this? Capsho. But we're giving ourselves options for, like, redundancy on a kind of effect. This is why this is what I prefer to tutors, is finding ways of redundancy, even if it's like slightly worse, figuring out ways of of constructing your engine. Oh, I think it's cool and neat. Core Hookmaster is just the original white version of Frostlinks. Another ally. Okay, tap a thing with 3 or less. Oh, Core Lineslinger might be good. It taps for free. Oh, it's power 3 or less. Power 3 or less is probably more relevant than. Well, hold on. What is the other one that we had? It was what Aaron did here with. This is toughness 2 or less. Oh, that's really weird. And then this is power 2 or less. So I guess it's better than the bureaucrats. Core Lineslinger. And like maybe a lot of these don't make the cut, but this is where we're starting. Kythians and Regulars, weirdly white to tap a creature feels a lot better than blue to tap a creature, because we want our blue for instance in our opponent's turn more than white. But even still, I still don't want to pay that much, especially on top of like a 4 mana kind of dorky creature. Leon and Bola is interesting. Yeah, I actually don't hate it. So here's what I was thinking about it. Is like, okay, we have to re-equip it every time, but paying 1 to equip on our turn isn't that big a deal. It's basically like paying up front for the tap on something like Gideon's Lockkeeper, but it's colorless, which is nice. It gives a free tap to something, and it can tap anything. So like if we find ourselves in a game where like the bureaucrats, they ran out of things that they could target. Okay, now they can do this. It can also turn Hilda into a tapper, which is nice. I think it's fine. I would obviously prefer it if the effect was not a tap ability, but it said like tap attacked creature colon unattached to the or tap the equipped creature or whatever. So you can do it even without even with summoning sickness. But and you might think I'm asking too much, but for this kind of effect, that's actually not that unreasonable. But they probably didn't want you passing the bolas around to all your creatures. Humanity spell for tap another. Okay, if we had a lot of we should probably check how many humans we have. But no, it's still on sorcery suite. No, it's alright. Lockstone Mystic again. I love that text box. I hate the mana cost. Mage Right Stone is actually really interesting. So this is an untap effect, not a tap effect. But Master Decoy and all of our other tappers have these tap effects, which can get us like another access to another instance of it, which makes me actually think of like maybe we want something like Thousand-Year Elixir. However, I'm thinking that might be too much of another engine, right? In the event that we're not relying on our tappers, or like maybe we have opposition so we don't need to, these cards aren't going to be that valuable. I think we're going to pass. Makindi Ox is actually kind of the same as the Guardians of Tazim, right? It's landfall, tap a thing. The Guardians can keep it untapped, or can keep it tapped, which I don't really care about. And Ox I think is not very good, which makes me think maybe the Guardians aren't that good either. We'll think about it. The fact that I'm looking at this Makindi Ox and going, that's probably bad, and it's very similar to a card we're already playing, makes me much more suspicious of that other card. Master of Diversion goes in, I think, a different version of this deck. Maybe it's good. I don't know. God, Master of Arms. Don't worry about why it does what it does. Merfolk Trickster. Oh, I really like Merfolk Trickster. Now it doesn't do much once it's on the battlefield, but blinking a text box can be super relevant. And on top of the fact that like it triggers Hilda, I think it's worth it. All right, and we're getting to the last page of these. Oh, I love Master of Impediments. Yeah, it sounds great. It's 3 mana to play, which is more expensive than most decoys, but it's free to tap and it can tap anything. Yeah, it sounds great. It's Minister of Impediments. We can also, in a similar way to how Cross works, something I haven't explained. Cross, one of the things I realized was like, well, if the creatures are goaded, my Planeswalkers don't need to be defended, and so you can start taking up with those. We're gonna look at Planeswalkers because that's another thing we can that might be good just on their own merits, because we're gonna be keeping them safe kind of incidentally. Nagwalgast Beguiler, another. Love the text box, hate the mana cost. I don't think I want like the random come into play and tap a thing. Ooh, Nibelus of Frost. Don't think is what I want. Nibelus of Breath. It's a little bit expensive to cast, but it taps anything for 1. Let's take a look at our current decoys. This one's conditional. This one is 4 mana, but this one is 1 mana, 1 mana, sometimes free, sometimes 1 mana, depending if I need to spend life. This is conditional, 1 mana, 1 mana, 2 mana, conditional. This is anything. Maybe this is good. Yeah, maybe Nibelus of Frost is fine. No, not Nibelus of Frost. It was Nibelus of the Breath. I definitely spelled Nibelus wrong, right? Niblis. It's Niblis of the Breath. This one's a little dorky, but also like maybe the untap comes in handy, and like flying, maybe it can just attack. I don't know. A lot of these trappers are going to be kind of bad. Oh, Nomad Decoy is really interesting. So it's 3 mana. It's a 3 mana Master Decoy. So already bad. But what if you have Threshold? If you have 7 more cards in your graveyard, you can pay white and tap it to tap 2 creatures. That is a little bit better. We'll add it to the list. So one thing I want to say about my plan here is I don't expect to finish the deck today. The reason why is because there's a part of the process that I can't really do on stream, and also it's going to take a little bit too long. Um, I will often bring a deck to like mostly complete or like very close to where I want it to be, and then run it by some friends, see what they think, get their insights, because obviously everyone has their own way of looking at things, and definitely do not have a monopoly on good ideas or interesting or good thoughts about how to do these things. And so what I'm likely going to do is like end stream with this in a pretty good place where at the very least you can see the trajectory of where this will land, and then finish it off stream. That's my expectation. And when it's like completely finished, maybe I'll make the deck list public or something, or like let y'all know about it. We'll figure that part out later. Just so you know, don't expect that we're completely getting it all finished up, wrapped up, because there's a lot of steps to this. I just mostly want to show like how do I get ideas for good stuff and like how do I approach things. Niblis of the Urn is interesting because it's the cheapest thing that taps on attack. It's 2 mana and it just taps a creature when it attacks. It's another maybe. Can you add stuff to like the maybe board? I doubt it, right? Oh, it shows you what tokens you need? That's cute. I like that. Okay, anyway, back to I don't think Niblis of the Urn is gonna make it. Oceanus Dragon, and it's the battlefield, tap a creature, goat it. Nope. Octopus Umbra. No, I don't think that's where we want to be. Ojutai Exemplars. When you cast a non-creature spell, choose one. Any non-creature spell. How are we doing on non-creature spells? I'm sure we're going to add more. We're probably going to add more counter magic. We have 17 instants, though a lot of those tap, some number of those tap things as well. Or bounce them. Some artifacts. We're going to play more artifacts for sure. We're probably going to play like the diamonds. We're probably going to go deep, like Fellwar Stone. We might even I don't love Chromatic Lantern in 2-color decks but if we end up with like any of the white tap a creature, like any like Flood or Kythian's Irregulars type cards, then maybe I think we have enough non-creature spells, but a lot of our non-creature spells are sorcery speed. Okay, we're adding Ojutai Exemplars to the maybe list. Don't like Ojutai. Well, Ojutai's Breath has Rebound, which is nice. I still don't think I want it. Oh, Overtaker. This is Ray of Command, Spell Shaper. Ooh, Plumes of Peace is so close to being good. The problem with Forecast is that it's the beginning of your upkeep, which is like the worst possible time to tap a thing, which makes me not want to play it. But Pressure Point, I think is worse than another card we've already passed on, so I think we're gonna pass. Press for Answers like kind of draws a card, but I guess it's worse than Pressure Point, so we're gonna pass. Puppeteer, I wasn't planning on playing Puppeteers, but maybe that's where I want to be. Play Proud Mentor, yeah, sure. So I wasn't expecting to play Puppeteers because you're spending extra mana. You're casting because Puppeteer costs 3 mana, right? Like the same way Niblis of Breath costs 3 mana, whereas something like Master Decoy costs 2. But what you're getting out of it is you can sometimes untap, which I don't think is going to be that relevant for us. What's more important is that we have not all of our tappers need white. We'll have some that use blue, some that use white, some that use nothing. So maybe that mix is going to be useful. At this point, we might not play things like Errant Doomsayers. I kind of want to keep the Bureaucrats in just because it's funny to play a card from Homelands. That is something that I think is okay, by the way. I don't think every card necessarily needs to be a winner in your deck. You can have some cards where you're just like, hey man, this is here because it's a pet card, or I think it's cute, or like it's from Homelands, or there's some flavor reason, and I'm just gonna keep playing it. I know it's not the best, and that's fine. I think that's super okay. In fact, I encourage it. We're supposed to be having fun here. You don't necessarily, not everything has to be perfectly optimized or whatever. Um, I think Quiet Contemplation. Okay, I forgot about Quiet Contemplation as a card. Puppet Strings, I don't think is where I want to be. I'd rather play like Icy Manipulator and Ring of Gix, which we'll get to. Actually, we already have passed. Huh? Why did we? Oh, because tap target creature. Okay, I know why we didn't see Icy Manipulator. Okay, but Quiet Contemplation, I think, um, is the better version of Ojutide. Well, Exemplar. Actually, now that I think about it, it's kind of the same thing. The big problem actually is that I have to pay 1 on Quiet Contemplation. Actually, no, I actually don't think it. I actually don't think it makes it weird. Um, I don't think Ice Queen is good. Despite Queen of Ice being thematic, I don't think I'm gonna put it in the deck. I'm not gonna go that far. Uh, Retreat to Coralheim. Do we already have a land? We have one thing that land falls to tap or untap. This might be better. Makes me really just want to cut the landfall tapper. Like when I'm seeing these other cards that are better at it, and I don't like them, it makes me just want to cut that. So that's what I did. Rhystic Deluge is pretty funny. So a lot of people don't seem to. A lot of people don't know this. Rhystic was like kind of a. It was a term that came up a lot in Prophecy that generally meant like if a card has Rhystic in the name, it probably is do a thing unless an opponent pays mana, and it's usually 1. So there's like Rhystic Tutor, which is Demonic Tutor, unless any opponent plays 1. Rhystic Deluge, blue, tap a creature unless its controller pays 1, which is enough. Like most of these effects, you're like if an opponent could just pay 1 to stop it, that's terrible. But with Rhystic Study, you're not investing anything more after you play it, and it basically in draw a card is so powerful that basically just makes all your opponent's spells cost more. So whenever they do stuff, so it's the one exception, but like it's kind of funny. Like Rhystic cards, there are a lot of them, and they're mostly terrible. Rooftop Nuisance is not where I want to be. Rush of Ice is not where I want to be, especially at sorcery. Sanctuary Lockdown. Yeah, I think the version of this, like the sorcery speed version of this deck, would play something like Sanctuary Lockdown. It'd probably be like human soldier themed. Sentinel of the Eternal Watch is a card that I did vaguely remember. My thought was like, because I'd played with it in a common uncommon cube before. It's a lot of mana, but it does give me a lot of good taps. We'll put it in, but I don't know. 6 mana for this is kind of hefty. I don't think I want to pay 6 mana for this. Yeah, I don't think. Nah, I'm already off it. Like I can't really justify spending 6 mana on this effect. On like some, it's like the creature is kind of irrelevant, makes it kind of susceptible to being removed, honestly. And then the effect is really really good. Like Citadel Siege we have in is I think an exceptional card in our deck, but on a creature and for 2 more mana, I don't think we can justify it. Sand Squid is interesting. Sand Squid is very, very interesting. So is Sand Sower, but I don't think we're going to play Sand Sower because it's 4 mana. Sand Squid, so it's 4 mana for a 2/2 Island Lock, and it just says like tap target creature. It doesn't untap as long as Sand Squid is untapped. But we can just, and you can choose not to untap Sand Squid. We can just choose to untap it, and then it just becomes a normal tapper. Did we already reject a 4 mana tapper that taps for free? I think we did, right? No, we tapped that taps for 1. Is it worth paying a 4 mana tapper that taps for free? I think not. I don't know. I'm having a really hard time justifying it. Oh, we went too far. Right? No, we. Yeah. Okay. Here's the answer. Yeah, I can't really justify it. As cute as it would be. Tap 2 spirits to tap a creature. That's fine. Slowing. Shoving match would be good. Well, the problem is, so yeah, no, it's just not. Yeah, I don't know. There's just nothing good about it. 4 minutes half a creature, or you can if they're corrupted. Nah, all right. Equipped creature has 2 tap target creature. That's just worse than puppet strings, which we're already not playing. Scob Wrangler, like these effects, like maybe Scob Wrangler is the kind of thing that seems good if we have a bunch of master decoy, like a few master decoys, and not something like opposition. And then we can turn our elementals into a third tap, but I don't know. I don't think so, and I think it does too little by itself. Um. Oh, I just thought. Oh my god. So I was reminded. So all right, I'll show you my thought process. So I'm looking at Somnomancer. One in a hybrid blue-white, 2/1 when it comes into play, tap target creature. And it's not that this card is interesting, but I was reminded of another card from the same set that's very good that is very funny that it's relevant how it works now. So Curse of Chains. It's one in a hybrid blue-white, enchantment aura, enchant creature. When at the beginning of each upkeep, tap enchanted creature. And you might go like, and the thing is, this was generally just looked at as a pacifism. It basically just can't attack or block. The turn you play it, it still gets to do the thing, but like from then on, it's going to tap. And people were like, why is it tapping on each upkeep? And it's like, it doesn't really matter. But the fun thing that's interesting about this is, I think it was a flavor thing. I think it's supposed to be the idea of like, every time it stands up, it gets pulled right back down. It's like kind of a curse. Oh yeah, it even says in the flavor text, the giant's real punishment was the fleeting moment when he was allowed to stand before being dragged down to his knees again, which is like really horrific when you think about being in a situation like that. But because this isn't something that just taps something and keeps it tapped, instead it keeps tapping it down. That means every turn it's going to trigger Hilda. That's hilarious. I'm so glad I remembered this card. Yeah, that's I love that. I already love it. Whenever you cycle a card, tap it. Well, we aren't going to cycle. I just battlefield tap it. When it successfully deals combat damage to player. Okay, that's not what we want. Oh, this is so close, but well, it's 4 mana and it requires an ally. Definitely not playing Spinning Wheel. Nope, Spire Patrol is not where we want. Squall Drifter. Squall Drifter is great. It's been a while since we found just a good master decoy. This one flies, not that it matters very much because we're going to be using it to tap very often. Staff of Domination, I know it has a tap target creature. We're not playing it. I want to look at the... I just to... Because they said there... It says here there's some, like, shortcuts and nicknames. Like, duels, fetch lands, color shifted. But I wonder what... Is there, like, a list of shortcut names they have? Because, like... Yeah, because, like, there are Canopy Lands, Fastlands, whatever, but, like... I wonder if there's, like, Icy Manipulator. I don't know. Stern Constable, I'm not going to discard cards to tap things. Stony Brook Angler is another puppeteer, but 2 mana to activate. I think it's too expensive. Convert a mana cost 3 or less is probably better than the things that are like power 2 or less. Oh, but it's like... Oh, the fact that it... Oh, actually, this is really good. So, okay, so I had a lot of thoughts that I didn't lead you through. I'll try to back it up and let you know what's going on. So Sunstrike Legionnaire, 1 and a white, 1/2, and I read the bottom ability last because if the tap ability isn't good, then there's no point in reading the rest of it. That's how I've been approaching all of these. And I see tap target creature to convert a mana cost 3 or less, and I was just like okay, that's fine. There's gonna be a decent number of creatures with mana cost 3 or less. And then I started reading from the top. I was like, what is the rest of this text? Doesn't untap during your untap step. I was like, oh, okay. And like when another creature comes into play, untap it. And I was like, well, so I don't even get to do it every turn. I have to have creatures come into play. And then I realized, then I took a step back and went, well, hold on. Every time I use it to tap something, I can activate Hilda to make a 4/4. Now this doesn't get to tap everything. It only taps things with convert a mana cost 3 or less. But it sets off the similar chain as Opportunity, which, I mean, this is the worst version of that we've found so far. But maybe it makes the list. All right. Yeah, these single instance taps I don't think are what we want. What is Thalakkos Dreamstar? When it damages any opponent but has shadow, you can tap a creature. This is like a worse version of when this attacks, tap something. Thassa's Ire is just way too expensive to activate. Time of Ice isn't bad. Actually, I like Time of Ice a lot. It lets us reset the board, which, remember, the bigger the board gets, like, the more our trappers are going to be outnumbered. So resetting the board is actually good for us, even though it was bad for Cross. So yeah, Time of Ice, very good. Honestly, like, I don't know what just happened. I don't know why it went to a new page. Oh, I think hitting enter doesn't add it to the card. Okay. Oh, okay. Shift enter is that the first result. Yeah, I think Time of Ice. Maybe we should just search every card with ice. Probably not. Ooh, Tolarian Kraken is. Ooh, it's close. I don't think that's where. It's just so expensive, and drawing cards on our opponent's turn. Oh, actually, Tolarian Kraken is just a lot of mana, so maybe not. So my thought was, well, we got to draw cards on our opponent's turn, and then I remembered Hilda's last ability is Scry 2 draw card, which we're going to do some amount of the time. With the Kraken, though, it's kind of like the same chain as opportunity. Or sorry, not opportunity, opposition. Is we can tap something, use Hilda to draw a card, that triggers the Kraken, we'll pay 1, tap a thing, that triggers the draw a card, whatever. I think this is too much mana, in addition to the fact that these conditional chains with Tolarian and Kraken or the Court Street Denizen or whatever else, basically only tap a bunch of creatures on one player's turn. We'd have to restart it to do it on another turn. And so the two of those combined, I think, makes me not like the Kraken. It's just too much mana. Yeah, I think I'm off it. But it is interesting. Trip Noose, interesting as being better than Puppet Strings, but still not good. Topplegeist. If you have when it enters the battlefield, tap a creature an opponent controls. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if there are 4 more card types in your graveyard, ooh, Topplegeist. How easily can I get Delirium? We're gonna have some number of fetch lands, so like we're gonna pretend like land isn't that hard, right? We'll have like even Evolving Wilds, Terramorphic Expanse, Flooded Strand, Fabled Passage, whatever. But then Time of Ice puts itself in the graveyard. People will probably Betrayal will probably end up in the graveyard. Luminarch Ascension might end up in the graveyard. We can sometimes get enchantments in there. We have Instance. We don't have a lot of sorceries, so like sorcery might be kind of hard. Our creatures will die. Wandering Emperor. You know what? I'll try it. Because like each opponent's upkeep getting to tap a thing is pretty strong. It's not quite as good as each opponent's combat. Well, sometimes it's better than each combat. Sometimes it's worse, but that's pretty good. We already have Verity Circle. When you tap exert a creature, tap. Okay, well, we're not going to do a lot of exerting. Enters the battlefield, tap target creature. Okay, no. When you cast a spell that targets it, you get to nope. Whip Quarter. I guess we can play Whip Quarter. The thing is, Whip Quarter is only worse than Master Trapper in its mana cost, but it is double white, and like you can, and like in exchange you get Morph, which we're not going to use, and an extra power, which we don't care about. But it is just another Trapper. It's slightly harder to cast, but it's another Trapper, so sure, fine. It's a little bit probably easier to cast than our, well, maybe not easier to cast, but like we can probably cast it. It's similar to the 3 mana tappers, is what I was trying to say. Zhalfirin Decoy is interesting. It can't start the chain, but it can just be a free tapper, and like we'll have creatures under the battlefield under control a decent amount. It can't start the chain though. That is a problem. I'll try it. I spelled it wrong, didn't I? Nope, there it is. Okay, so now a couple of cards that I know that given what we've seen about how efficient. Oh no, we're not done yet, right? Because we still want to. I think I don't want the Niblis. I don't think I want Flood. I don't like Grip of the Royal. Okay, we're also going to add in. So we're going to check this as well. Of like the cards that tap multiple creatures. How many? 56 cards? That's not too bad. Ardenvale Tactician. Tap 2 target creatures. But the creature part is pretty bad. Tap 2 creatures at instant for 2 mana is efficient, but we can do better. I actually already know there are cards that are better than that, so I'm going to pass on that one. Adverse conditions, instant, tap up to 2 target creatures. They don't untap, make a Eldrazi Scion. I don't think that's good enough. A Good Day to Pie, tap up to 2 target creatures. When you put a name sticker on a creature, return it for... Okay, well, we're not going to put stickers on. So tap 2 target creatures is not that great. This is on Mutate, and for a lot of mana, no. Blinding Beam is better in decks where no, I don't think Blinding Beam is good. Broken Dam is. I mean, Broken Dam is well, it's sorcery. Okay, that's the problem. Okay. Don't like Chilling Grasp. Oh, man. Cho'Arim Bruiser. When it attacks, tap 2 creatures. Super good, but I don't want to pay 6 mana for a 3/4 to get that. Tap 2 creatures that don't tap. No. Disorder in the Court. X blue white. X exile X target creatures, then investigate X times. Return the exiled creatures to the battlefield tapped under their opponent. Okay, never mind. Jeru's Renunciation. See, already better, right? You can tap 2 creatures, but also cycling. It's the same mana. But I don't think I like it. Downpour taps a lot of creatures at once, but I don't think like the one-shot tappers. I think they either need to do something that recoups the card advantage, or tap like everything. So, you know, we were looking at what was the card called? Bluster Squall. Like this doesn't give us any card advantage. We're just down a card, but we tap everything. We don't have to worry about like, oh, what if they have more than 3 creatures or whatever. Now, I get that we're paying 2 more mana than we do with Downpour, but I think that's worth it for that one-shot effect. I think if this said draw card, maybe I'd consider it. Tap any number of target creatures, prevent damage to be dealt by those 2 and by those creatures. No way. This really is just. Oh, it's untap. Untap any number of target creatures. Misread it. That makes more sense. It's like there's no way there's a 2 mana tap tap as many creatures as you want and take them out of combat. Tap up to 2 target creatures. Investigate. Expose Evil is close. I still don't think I like it. Feeling of Dread has Flashback. The Flashback's also only 2 mana. That's a maybe. I don't think we want it, but maybe. Frostveil Ambush, no. No. Tap X target creatures, scry 1. I don't like that. On tap, 2 target creatures. Each of them gets +1/+1 until end of turn. No. Oh, it's on tap. Icy Blast. Actually, Icy Blast is a lot of mana, but it's modular. It's just so much mana is the problem. Because remember, it says X in a blue, but I'm thinking that we want to activate Hilda. We want to pay for Hilda for as many creatures as we tap, ideally, which means it's actually XX blue, which is I don't know about all that, you know. Same with this Illithid Harvester. That said, the front side of Illithid Harvester is really good. We're probably not going to cast the backside, but when it enters the battlefield, turn any number of target tapped non-token creatures face down. They're 2/2 horror creatures. I like that, right? Because one of the problems that I was anticipating was that by tapping creatures, we're not really getting around some of what makes creatures some of the best things about certain creatures. So like for example, Hilda. Like Hilda doesn't care if she's tapped. That's not what's important about her. It's her text box, and we don't have a lot of great answers to that. We have a few like we can kill all tapped creatures and some point and click removal with Path to Exile, Swords to Plowshares. But Illithid Harvester is another version. This is basically another Wrath. We choose all of our opponent's creatures, which remember they should be tapped most of the time when we can cast this. We turn all of them face down, and suddenly they're just 2/2s. That's really good. That's actually insane. I don't think we're unlikely to ever play cast the sorcery, but the creature itself will probably cast. Invasion of Segovia enters the battlefield. Create a blue 1/1 with trample. Non-creature spell has have control can begin your step untap up to 4 target creatures. No. Not kicking a creature just to tap 2 creatures. That seems bad. There are a lot of just 1 and a white instant tap up to 2 target creatures. I didn't realize how many of them there were. When this enchantment enters the battlefield, you can put a name sticker on it. When you put a sticker on it, I absolutely hate, but there are uncards that you can play in Black Border Magic now. What is the trap part of Permafrost Trap? If I'm putting on a green creature into the battlefield this turn, that's kind of interesting. If I can play this for 1, actually maybe I still wouldn't play it. Huh, interesting. Repel the Darkness because it comes with draw card. Maybe. Well, we'll put that in there. The more cards I add, one of the things that kind of happens is a tendency. I don't know if it's a good thing, but a tendency that will come up with me is that the more cards I add, the more discerning I am about additional cards to add. Like the threshold gets higher and higher of how good a card has to be. Part of that might just be, well, I know what the average card quality is right now, but prior I didn't, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't like channeling this. Turn an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand, or tap up to 2 target creatures. They don't untap. Yeah, I don't like either of sides of those. Scroll of Isildur. Oh, okay, never mind. Scroll of Isildur is insane. I was like, the first one's gain control up to 1 target artifact for as long as you control Scroll of Isildur or the Ring Temp 2. That doesn't matter very much to me. The first Ring Temp doesn't matter. I'm not going to put more Ring Temps in there. Whatever. Like, gaining control of an artifact is cute or whatever. Alright, fine. Tap up to 2 target creatures, put a stun counter of each of them. Yeah, that's kind of whatever. We've already passed on 3 mana cards that do that. The only difference is the turn this taps, we haven't paid any mana, but it's happening on our turn, so that's worse. I don't know. Then it's draw a card for each tapped creature an opponent controls. Never mind, that's insane. We should. The expectation is that most of our opponent's creatures will be tapped on our turn, and drawing like 8 cards is probably insane. Send to Sleep is, if we cared about keeping things tapped, that would be a big deal. Maybe we should care more about keeping things tapped because, like, if we don't have something like Opposition, then like, we're relying on our like tappers a lot to keep things tapped. I'm going to operate like we have enough, or like that's not a worry. But once I play the deck, I'll reappraise whether I need stun counters. This is the kind of, there are some things you're just not going to be able to know until you start playing the deck and seeing how it actually operates and like what you actually encounter, how things actually play out. And this is just going to be one of those things. Stall for Time, I don't think I want. I mean, it's 3 mana. Well, I guess we've seen a similar version of Stall for Time, right? We saw Repel the Darkness, which I don't remember. Did we add Repel the Darkness? Stall for Time is technically strictly better than Repel the Darkness. I guess we did. So, all right, we'll add Stall for Time. The thing is, I don't think I ever want to kick Stall for Time, but maybe I will sometimes. I don't know. Both of those cards seem kind of whatever. Study Break, I'm going to pass on. I think this card is really good if I can reliably learn, but people start to quibble about whether you can have a wish board, and especially if it's literally just for learn. I don't know. I'd rather just avoid it. Um, Succumb to Cold is probably not good. Sudden Storm, it's not that good. Nope. No. This is, wow, surprising number of like tap up to 3 target creatures. Versus rebuff is not wrong. I'm not playing cancel and I'm not playing 3 mana tap 2 target creatures. Neither of those cards is good. You have to sacrifice Wave of Mouth. Also, it's expensive. Oh man, Waxmane Baku would be really good if we could get key counters on it reliably, which we just can't. Top of 2 target creatures, put a stun counter on either of them, then put a stun counter on either of them. Oh no, that's not good. One of the searches that I didn't show you, and I think I mentioned, was I searched on Scryfall for every card that has stun counter on it, and none of them were where I wanted to be. Will of the Naga is interesting because it has Delve. Still don't think it's where I want. You're confronted by robbers, tap up to 3 target creatures, or make 3/1/1s. Nah. Yeah, I'm pretty unimpressed with these. Okay, so now I'm going to try to see if I can search for cards like Icy Manipulator. I think I will play... I'll put Feeling of Dread in for now. Oops, that's not what I want. We'll put in Feeling of Dread. We're... How are we doing on card count? Does it tell me? I don't have any lands in here yet, so like that's another thing to keep in mind. Does it not tell me my total card count? We definitely have too many cards, but I'm trying to find out how many cards are in the deck, and it doesn't tell me. Let's see. 28, 29, 32, 52, 57, 69. Nice. 69 cards, and remember, there are no lands in here yet, so definitely too many cards. But that's okay. I'd rather like start with too many and then narrow. Okay, so we want text to say... Okay, let's see if we can get it to say like tap target, and then we'll put... And we also want the text to have creature. Okay, we got more cards, but I don't know. Ugh. There's going to be a lot of the same cards. Damn it. Okay, but we can do -0 untap. That helps a lot. Okay, we should be able to find the different cards. Yeah, okay, so yeah, here, Abyssinian Priest, tap a non-human creature. We were going to miss that. All right, cool. And because we have stuff like this, we can cut some of our worst tappers. I know I skipped over Azorius Guildmage. It's just too much mana. We saw a lot of this stuff. I'm mostly looking for cards like Icy Manipulator, which I know we missed. What does Enervate? Tap target. Oh, it's basically Twiddle. I don't want to play Twiddle specifically. Like Twiddles, I don't think are that good. Maybe they are, but I don't think so. Infantry. We got Homerids. Ooh. Icebind Pillar is really good. Do I want to go in on Snowlands just to make this card work? Oh, no. I don't want to buy that many Snowlands. And also our like non-basics won't make snow. I really wish I didn't have like if this wasn't snow. It's like it doesn't matter most of the time. It's mostly for limited that it's being snow matters. All right, we're just gonna skip it. We're just gonna skip it. That's annoying. Homerage Shaman, just to piss off Peachy Keen, because he plays a lot of green decks. Tap a target green creature. Icy Manipulator. Seeing how things are coming, like Icy Manipulator actually seems like it's gonna be good enough. Seeing how what our tappers look like. Invasion of Kamigawa. Did we already see this? When it enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls. Put a stun counter on it. On the backside is when it steals combat to and show player battle draw a card. The thing is, like, battles should be reasonably easy for us to flip. We'll just look at battles in this after this search. But I don't think this is good enough. 4 mana, tap a thing, and then the backside is kind of whatever. Just a creature that when it connects draws a card. Like, we're better off playing something like Fallow Sage at that point. Oh man, Merfolk Sea Stalkers, no. Mind Games is cute. It has buyback, but it's just so expensive if we're buying it back and stuff. Nimble Hobbit, I didn't mention this before, but this would be in like the sorcery speed version of the deck. Pacification Array is expensive to activate compared to something like Icy Manipulator, but it's really cheap. I actually think Pacification Array is okay. And it's going to make me like that we have access to some of these other tappers is going to make me want to cut the conditional tappers. Ring of Gix is a card I thought of and I'm really on the fence about because while it is an Icy Manipulator, it's the echo is so brutal. I'll try it. No, I keep going back and forth because on the one hand, okay, I think we can cut Stony Brook School. We can say we're not playing that. On the one hand, it's another Icy Manipulator, which is nice, and if we can find a time to like squeeze in effectively the 6 mana, it'd be kind of nice. But we also can't like play this into play Hilda. I guess we didn't want to anyway because we want to activate it and we want to have mana. We're probably not going to play Hilda on turn 4 now that I think about it, which means we want to spend a lot of turns making mana. Yeah, I really just don't think we can swing Ring of Gix. I just don't think it's good. And by the way, Ring of Gix used to be like better than Icy Manipulator or considered because like you know it's 1 mana cheaper to play if you just need to tap something and like Echo wasn't that big a deal. Sigardian Priest is good. This makes like that cards like Sigardian Priest and Abyssinian Priest exist and we can play. We'll probably end up cutting maybe even some of the 3 mana tappers. I'm glad we realized that there was no Icy Manipulator to do this other version of the search. Tamio's Immobilizer only has 4 taps in it ever. I'm not going to proliferate or find oil counters, and it's still 4 mana. Yeah, I don't think that's good. Ooh. Storm Elemental. Oh, okay, it's also 6 mana. I was like, Storm Elemental is dangerous, but like maybe, but no, it's also way too much mana. Turbo Magnet, similar. It's just it only taps 3 things ever. I'm not gonna try to proliferate. Vidalcan Surtark is possible though. Tap target artifact, creature, or land. Activate only if you have 3 or more artifacts. The thing is, we're gonna have some number of artifacts, like mana rocks and whatever. Probably not enough. Probably not enough for Metalcraft. Okay. If we could get Metalcraft, like I know we're gonna add a bunch more, but like if we could get Metalcraft reliably, this would be probably the best tapper in the deck, right? It's 1 mana, taps artifact, creature, or land, and it does it for free. But I just don't think that's. I don't think we can get the Metalcraft. Okay. So I think. Oh, I guess we shouldn't. Right. We'll get rid of the minus. The problem is, okay, how many cards are in this list? 112. Like maybe there are cards that tap or untap. We'll be quick, I think. Oh, yeah, I've realized. Yeah, sometimes the untap will be it doesn't untap. Okay. Yep. Oh, wasn't there a card with partner that we were looking? I forgot to search. I remember I seeing a card that had partner, and I just never checked what it partners with. I think we ended up not playing the card, right? I don't remember. Oh yeah. Proud mentor pairs with impetuous protege. What does that do? We can't cast a impetuous protege. Okay. It's a red card. Okay, can't play it. Uh, I'm trying to like skim through these to find only cards that we haven't seen already. Ebony Horse. Yeah, we're getting a lot of stuff that just untaps. Okay. I'm content enough with this where I'm going to skip it. All right. So now we're going to look at battles because battles are just going to be we can probably flip battles. Oh, Scryfall, you absolute legends. Thank you for having them already sideways. All right. Search your library, graveyard, or outside the game for an instant or sorcery. Put it in your hand. It's not bad, but what's the backside? It's all about, oh, but the backside's whenever you cast an instant it's an enchantment. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. Probably not worth it. Make a 2/2, and then the backside is your creatures get 1/1. Not really good. Dominaria and draw a card. Gain 4 life is pretty solid, but it's just a Sarah Angel. Invasion of Gobakon. I don't think that's what we want to be. Yeah, it's target opponent's hand. Invasion Kamigawa we already rolled out. New Phyrexia, make X 2/2s, and then the back is a Planeswalker. Oh god. All right, we're gonna open this one in a new tab because I'm not trying to figure out how to read that sideways. Transform. Oh, this is the way to do it. +1, draw 2, then discard 2 unless you discard a creature. Okay, it's not great. You get number with knights you control, get +1/+0 and have ward 1. Useless. -3, tap X creatures you control when you do shuffle target non-land permanent and opponent controls the mana value X or less in its owner's library. I actually don't think this is very good. Yeah, I don't think this is very good for our deck. Invasion of Ravnica, no. Invasion of Segovia, no. Invasion of Theros. Search for an aura, god, or demigod. Reveal, put in your hands. Oh my god, I'm just gonna do this. Is lifelink is indestructible as long as you control at least 3 other enchantments. When another enchantment enters the battlefield, you control draw a card. We do have a lot of enchantments, but I still don't think this is particularly good. Yeah, like aura, god, or demigod. I think we have like 2 auras, if that. We have betrayal, and I think that might be it actually. Betrayal, and curse of chains. Those are our auras, and we have no gods or demigods. Okay. Invasion of Rin. Draw 3, discard 1, and then sack it to copy a thing. No. Invasion of Xerix. Enters the battlefield. Return up to 1 target creature to its owner's hand. It's not bad. Flying when it. Oh god, just so. The problem with battles being this way, like they look really cool, but it's so hard to display them on site because you have to do this like you have to pick. Do you read even when you search on like on the companion app or on Wizards, like the image is just sideways is because that's how it is, and you can't turn it to read it properly. You have a number of creatures you control. Okay, no, it's not. All right, now we'll take a quick look at Planeswalkers. I wonder if we can like order by mana cost because well, there are only 83 of them, but still, a lot of these are just not going to be good. But maybe some will do something kind of neat. None of these really do anything for us. I would like them to synergize a little bit and not just be like random planeswalker that is good. Uh, Elspeth Sun's Champion -3 blows up all our elementals. I don't think that's where we want to be. Um, lot of yeah, like most of these are just gonna be really bad, especially like the mono white ones. Yeah, I don't like this. I also just don't want to read a lot of these cards. A lot of cards, I'm like, you know what? If I don't know what this card does and it's 6 mana, there's a reason that I don't know what it does. It's probably bad. A lot of these just don't do anything that's worthwhile for us. Like if even one of them just is like tap a creature. If like any of them has like +1 tap a creature, it's worth considering. Uh, there's not going to be a lot of those. Most of the time, you'll just get like bounce a creature. Uh, oh, Power Stones are actually really good for us. I'm just realizing because you can't use Power Stone mana to cast non-creature spell or non-artifact spells, but you can use it to pay for things like Hilda or tappers or whatever else. Okay, so we're gonna look at cards that make Power Stone tokens as well because, like I said, we need a lot of mana. So like something that says like tap 2 creatures, make a Power Stone token, probably worth it. That Power Stone is pretty significant in its relevance. We might even play like Worn Power Stone just because we need a lot of mana. Uh, it's actually kind of funny when you play 2 colors as opposed to 3. You actually lose a huge number of mana rocks because like if we were playing Esper, for example, we'd get 3 signets, 3 talismans, arcane signet, whatever. But with 2, we get 1 signet, 1 talisman, arcane signet. And I am feeling that like, oh wow, I really wish I could play more 2 mana rocks, but I can't even think of them. I don't really want to play Star Compass, but we might have to play Star Compass. Um, yeah, really love something that's like taps creatures, but none of them seem to. Oh, Teferi slows the sunset tap stuff. Choose up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, and up to 1 target land. Untap the permanents those chosen permanents you control, and tap the ones you don't control and gain 2 life. -2, look at the top 3, put one of them in your hand, the rest on the bottom, says anticipate. And last one is you get an emblem with untap all permanents you control. It's a little dorky. Tapping on my turn, as we've been over, is not super important. It might be, right? Because we don't... we might not need to tap everything on an opponent's turn. That said, its ultimate is really, really good. And we can probably protect it. It's probably not good enough. We'll add it for now. Sometimes planeswalkers have commas after their name. Sometimes they don't. So I wasn't sure. Each heart, no. Maybe I should search where they have tap in the text box. We're already this far in, but sure. Yeah, we're down to 19 cards. All right, cool. And they're gonna be like, put a tapped creature or whatever. Tameo is interesting. Tap target permanent, doesn't untap. -2 draw card for each tap thing an opponent controls. And you know max hand size. And when a card goes to your graveyard from area, we'll put it back in your hand. Tameo might be good. Tameo the Moon Sage. We can't play the other Tameo, the green one, but we can play this one. I guess there are 2 green ones. And I think we read through all the rest of these. What is this one? Okay, no. Okay, so that's that. So now let's look at cards that make Power Stone tokens. I don't know if I have to put this in quotes, so I'm going to put it in quotes just in case. There's going to be a lot of junk here. Oh, it's only 17 cards, but we can have there's a lot of stuff we can use here. I don't think I forgot City Skate Lover makes a Power Stone token. Hall of Tagsin, it's probably going to be kind of free to play, and maybe we get there. We're going to put a placeholder. I do this a lot where I'll add... Oh, it's not going to let me add Mountain to this deck because it's illegal. Okay. Usually what I do is I add a land I'm not allowed to play, like a basic land that I'm not allowed to play. And and that'll be the placeholder for all the lands that I'm gonna have in the deck. I'm probably gonna have 38, maybe 39 lands in this deck because we need to hit every land drop, and so it's a placeholder. But that's also on Cockatrice where it tells me how many cards are in my deck. I can't believe there's nowhere where it says the card count. Maybe I just haven't found it, but whatever. I don't want this like random like come into play, make a tapped power to. Well, for each other creature you control, it's kind of a lot, but maybe your end step make a power stone. It's just so much mana. Uh, Karn is +1, make a power stone. -1, pay any amount of mana. Look at that many cards on top of your library. Then put one of those cards in your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. I don't think we want to do that very much. And you get an emblem with tap and untap artifact you control. This emblem deals 1 damage to any target. If we find enough stuff that makes enough good stuff that makes Power Stone tokens, then maybe. But for now, I don't think that's good. My answer to the battlefield. Yeah, I'm not gonna play just some like 5 mana make a Power Stone. I'm not gonna pay this random thing that dies into 1. It needs to do something good, and then I'll return target artifact, enchantment, or planeswalker for card from graveyard to the battlefield. Make a Power Stone. This is pretty close. People are probably gonna want to kill my opposition. Problem is if they don't, this card is kind of whatever. Well, artifact, enchantment, or planeswalker. We do have a decent number of enchantments. So our artifacts, we'll shore these up. There will be more, but just random mana rocks. I'm not going to care enough about getting back. Enchantments, we have a few good ones. Grasp of Fate, Scroll of Isildur, Time of Ice, Rhystic Study, Verity Circle, Grasp of... Like, we have some, but, like, it only does something if our opponent blows it up. We're not going to be discarding it or whatever. Having some amount of recursion is nice, but this is really conditional, and we want the Power Stone, which means we're not going to play this. We can't expect to play this early, and that's when we want the Power Stone. So yeah, I think it's not good. Whenever this or another non-token artifact is put into graveyard, you make or exile. Okay, no. Additional cost, sack an artifact, make 2 tap Power Stone tokens, and then if you have a legend, draw a card. No. There's a battlefield. Exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield. Gain 2 life, make a Power Stone. No. Draw 2, discard 1, make a Power Stone. No. Use battlefield, create a tapped Power Stone. Nope. Mana Rig. When you cast a multicolor spell, that would be really good if we had enough multicolor spells, but we don't have that many. Yeah, we only have like a handful. Most of our spells are monocolored. There's battlefield. You and target opponent each make 1. Okay, that's nothing. You just go to artifacts. A lot of these are just like kind of reliant on having artifacts. Urza's commands. You make a Power Stone. Creatures you don't control get -2/-0. They got Karn Struck. Scry 1, draw a card. Nope. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Power Stones are gonna be there good. I wonder if okay. It says there are nicknames. We'll try Is Mana Rock. Is it one word maybe? Maybe it's... Oh. Colon's probably important. It does... Wait, what the hell? Oh, invalid expression mana rock was ignored. Okay. Unknown keyword is. What do you mean unknown keyword is? The keyword shouldn't be the problem. Because it's saying that it should be, like, because I should be able to say fetch land. Yeah, like, is a rock? Yeah, okay. I think the quotes were the problem there. Yeah, there's no mana rocks. Okay, so, type artifact, and then it should say add. Okay, so let's look through playable mana rocks. There's some of these are not mana rocks. Do I have Arcane Signet in the list already? I think we do. Yeah. Astrolabe is not even good, even if we had if we're gonna play snow. Ashnod's Altar is kind of interesting because we can like sack our elementals to fuel stuff, but I don't think it's actually good. I don't think I'm in the market for clue stones. I really want to avoid 3 mana rocks, but we might need them. Uh, okay, that doesn't do anything. No. What does Astrolabe do? Oh, it just fixes your mana. It doesn't actually add more. Azor's Gateway is theoretically mana, but no. Blue mana battery, no. Oh man. Yeah, mana's gonna be a problem for us. We might have to play 3 mana rocks. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, whoops. We could play things like Search for Iscanta and other things like Transform into lands. The other one I would play is Thematic Compass. But, those don't feel like the right kind of cards for our deck. Um, Coalition Relic, I don't hate. Oh, actually, I kind of do because it doesn't. Coalition Relic is like kind of 2 mana, but not on opponent's turn. Oh, Cold Steel Heart. I do like Cold Steel Heart. So still a 2 mana rock, and at that point we're just play Star Compass. We just desperately need mana, and because we're only playing 2 colors, it's harder to get. One of the like paradoxical things is just like it's actually kind of harder to accelerate in 2 colors than three, off of the same artifact base. You know, like because you lose so many. You know, Corrupted Graphstone is so close. It's a comes in tapped. Taps our mana of a color of a card in your graveyard. So if we just don't have any cards in our graveyard, which we might not, especially early, just doesn't do anything. Crystalline Crawler doesn't help. I really don't want to play 3 mana rocks, but we might have to. Uh, yeah, yeah, none of these are any good. Okay. Oh man. Maybe. Hmm, maybe we have to play like Knight of the White Orchid and like Loyal Watchdog as a mechanism of getting that. Screw it. At this point, I'm at like yeah, give me Ever Flowing Chalice. And we are so desperate for mana that I'm like screw it. We're just gonna play Soul Ring. I'm not playing Eye of Ramos. Fieldless Border Post is like almost good, but it's basically a 3 mana rock that comes in tapped. It doesn't actually accelerate you if you use this other ability. The border posts, by the way, are always so interesting to me because they're a kind of a cool idea, and the reason they exist might not be known to people. People like might wonder like why does this 3 mana kind of bad rock exist and have this alternate cost where you pick up a basic land? One of the problems that so this came from Alara Reborn, which was a set where the idea was every card was going to be multicolored. One of the problems is you need a lot more fixing in a set like that, but you can't print lands or colorless artifacts that make mana because they're not multicolored. So the solution was, oh, you're supposed to look at this like a guild gate. It comes in tapped, it taps for 2 colors. You just need to have a basic land for it to work. And it eats your land drop because it is supposed to be the thing. And when you look at it that way, it makes a lot more sense. But obviously, it'll come up in searches for fixing. Firemine Vessel is like, I think I'd rather play Worn Power Stone and things like. Well, I guess there aren't more Worn Power Stones. Screw it, Fractured Power Stone. It's 2 mana. It makes mana. Like we just need so much mana, and we don't have access to as many rocks and other colors. Oh, we can play Gilded Lotus. That'll probably be coming up soon. How many cards are in this search? 288. All right, that's not that bad. I don't think I want Firemine's Vessel. Yeah. Okay. Gemstone Array is cute. No. Um, do we play like Gold Mirror and Silver Mirror? Problem is they die. Yeah, I don't think so. Screw it. We're playing Guardian Idol. Um, Obviously I don't want the ones that like sacrifice to do whatever. Yeah, they just fix. Honor Warren Shaku is funny, but no. Oh, it's like why are cards like Hivestone coming up? Because it's like addition or whatever else. One thing that's kind of funny is that changing the rules text from saying add whatever mana to your mana pool to just add whatever and getting rid of the mana pool as a concept makes it so much harder to search because now I had to just type add and like so many things have the word add in them. Sometimes is the word part of additional or whatever. But mana pool, that's not a lot of cards on it, but don't get to say that anymore. Or don't get to search that anymore. Jeweled Amulet? No, I don't think that's where we are. Jeweled Lotus? I'm not buying a Jeweled Lotus, and this is another card that's exactly like Soul Ring. It's just everyone's allowed to play it, but the person who draws it early is going to take over the game in a way other people aren't. This Karn is kind of interesting if we had more artifacts, but all right. Really, really hoping to not play these 3 mana rocks. If we have enough artifacts, we can even get that Vidalkin Surtark, I think was the card. We can even get that back in the deck. Lotus Blossom is like a lotus that you build up. I didn't know that card existed. There's kind of a history of Magic like trying to make fixed black lotuses, like Lotus Petal, for example, or Lotus Guardian. Enters battlefield, a copy of any creature except it's an artifact instead of a creature, and it has tap for a blue. I don't think that's where I want to be. Not putting in Mana Crypt. I don't even know if I have a copy. Not putting in Mana Vaults. Yeah, I think we're playing the diamond. The diamonds. And it's funny because you would think like it should be easier to fix mana in 2 colors rather than 3, but because you have access to more artifact mana, it's actually kind of like I'm not gonna get color screwed, but I'm not gonna accelerate my mana, and it is easier to get color screwed. I don't know about Midnight Clock. I think we're gonna do fine on card advantage, just because like anytime I tap, I can just draw a card instead of making a 4/4. Mindstone is good. We might cut some of these. I just want to like get the majority of them. All right. Mox Amber. I don't think we can get no because we don't have that many legends. And then what was the other thing? Mox Opal. At this point, I'm not going to get a Mox Opal anyway, but I do want to see how many artifacts we have. We have a decent number. Some of these are going to get cut. Like I'd hope not to play some of them, but well, maybe we can't cut them because like how many 2 mana rocks do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's pretty close to the number I'd want. Wonder. I don't think that's how many artifacts. 17. Still don't think that's enough for the Surtark. Mox Tanalite is not good. I got so baited by Mystic Soul. I'm like, what? 2 mana makes mana of any color? Oh no, it 1 to activate. It's not good. Obsidian Obelisk enters tapped, make a colorless or make a mana of any color, but only cast a multicolor spell. It's probably better than. Well, I guess the fracture. Well, hold on. I was gonna say it's probably better than Fractured Power Stone, but Fractured Power Stone comes in untapped. Oh, we can also play Thought Vessel. We probably don't need to go that deep. We might even end up cutting some of the ones we already have. Okay. Like 10 to 12 of these is probably where I want to be. Maybe more. I don't know. If there's something that's like very good, even though it's more than 2 mana, we will play it. I'm really on the fence about War and Power Stone, but I might make it. Enters the battlefield tapped. When planar Atlas enters the battlefield, you may look at the top 4 cards of your library. If you do, reveal up to 1 land card and put that card on top of your library and the rest on the bottom. I don't hate that. You can only put a land on top. You don't have to. Is that better than coming in untapped, like Fractured Power Stone? I don't think so. It's probably better than paying 2 to make it a 2/2, like Guardian Idol. Nah, probably not still. No, I don't think so. Um, Prismatic Lens I like. Prismatic Lens is better than than some other stuff. And remember, this is just because like we're gonna need a lot of mana to operate on other people's turns, right? Like if you want to activate Pacification Array and then also and then pay for Hilda, but then we need to counter a spell and pay for that, right? Like we just need to get our mana underneath us. Um, yeah. Prophetic Prism is close. Oh, we should also look at this. Reminds me. So I feel like most decks should have some amount of life gain. Now you probably don't want to put in a lot of cards because like life gain's not going to win you a game, and it should probably be something that you can do in a synergistic way. A good example of this is I mentioned I have a Mail the Anima deck. The whole thing about that deck is your creatures are enormous. So I have 2 cards that gain life. I have Windbrisk Raptor, which gives my attacking creatures lifelink. My creatures are enormous. If I connect once with this in play, that gives me enough life for like to pad my life total in case I'm getting attacked or like put me out of reach for people trying to like gale me in 1 turn or whatever. And then the other one is I think it's Verdant Sun's Avatar. Yeah. And it's whenever it or another creature enters the battlefield in my control, again, life equal to its toughness. Again, it's an amount of life gain that synergizes with how the deck is working. If I can find something like that, I really like it. It's going to be kind of hard. The other control deck I have, which is Esper and functions very differently, which is why I don't mind building a second control deck, does have some amount of life gain in it, but it's things like Elixir of Immortality because I will run out of cards if I don't have it, or or I've sometimes had that issue, and like Sphinx's Revelation, which is just a good draw spell anyway. And so I'm kind of light on life gain. I don't think I want Pristine Talisman. I don't think that's how deep I want to go. Actually, maybe it is. Maybe. The thing is with 3 mana rocks is that it does. Now that I'm thinking about it, so most of the time 2 mana rocks are better because like you untap, you have 4 mana, yada yada, etc. Sure. One of the things that we have to keep in mind though is we have a lot of like 1 and 2 mana creatures, right? We have the like Abyssinian Priest, Doomsayer, Gideon's Lawkeeper, whatever. So the thing about 3 mana rocks is it still works into our plan. We can go like turn 2, play Abyssinian Priest. Turn 3, play the rock. The rock fuels the priest. And we might not need to use the priest, but like, okay, sure, it fuels it, right? The thing is, the 2 mana rocks still do that. We might like waste a mana, but the ones that come in tapped, we still don't, right? If we play a Marble Diamond, our land drop fuels the priest as opposed to the mana rock. And colorless from Pristine Talisman doesn't pay for a lot of them, right? A lot of them are cost white to activate as opposed or blue to activate as opposed to just a colorless. So I don't think we need to go that deep. Um, Scuttlemutt is not where we want to be. Seashell Cameo. This is what cards used to be, man. Now you have like 3 mana tap for any color and to do something. Uh, Seashell Cameos. You get these 2 colors. This is part of a cycle, by the way. The cameos. You get 2 colors, and that's what the card does. Suck it up. Deal with it. Don't think we want any of these. I'm gonna pass on the mirror. We found enough stuff where like I actually think we're okay on on the creatures that make mana. Soul Grail. Yeah, look at this. Soul Grail. What set this is from? It's from Alliances. Well, I guess that makes sense. Enters the battlefield, choose a color, tap for a mana of the chosen color. That's it. And it's 3 mana. Uh, Spectral Searchlight. Oh, that card used to be so cool. It gives a mana to a target player as opposed to yourself. So you can give it to somebody else if you want. But it used to be used to cause mana burn. Sphere of Suns is cute, but we're not gonna blink it, or nor are we going to proliferate it, so it's not good. Spell Satchel. If I could reliably cast spells, and this could, if I could be sure that I was going to charge it once a turn at least, I would play it, but I'm not sure that I can. Springleaf Drum is close because we will have like random elementals we can tap, but I don't think that's where we want to be. Um, oh man, here Standing Stones. One tap, pay a life, add a mana of any color. Like we don't pay. We're not happy with casting 1 mana artifact, 1 tap, make a mana of any color. This is 3 mana and you pay a life. Oh man, they don't make them like they used to, and that's probably for the best. Staff of Completion is interesting. We're never gonna destroy a permanent we own. Pay a life to make a mana of any color. Pay 2 life to make a mana of any color. It's just like a worse 3 mana rock. 3 life to proliferate. I don't think we want. 4 life to draw card is strong, but I don't think we're gonna do any of these things. We already have Star Compass. I don't think we want the ones like 4 mana that makes 2. Um, Avoid the creatures. What does this do again? Strixhaven Stadium. Tap, make a mana, put a point counter on it. When a creature deals combat to you, remove a point counter from it. When a creature you control deals combat to an opponent, put a point counter on it. Then it has 10 or more point counters, remove all of them, and target play, and that player loses the game. Remove them all, and that player. Wait. Oh, it's whoever you hit with the creature. Oh, that's cute. We could kill someone with that, by the way, because like we'll have some random number of creatures. We'll. Oh, I forgot about the talisman in this. I forgot. Yeah, I just didn't have the talisman in here. And like we could just kill someone with it, but I don't think that's. It'd be really funny, and there's a part of me that wants it to be like, all right, like achievement unlocked kind of thing. Oh, but I can't justify it. It's a bad mana rock that uh like we have we have to do a bunch of work to get this. It kills one player and it exiles itself, so we lose the rock once it's done. Yeah, I don't think so. Um, Tablet of Completion. If it didn't take multiple turns to charge up and make mana, I would play. Even if it was like activate, you can make a colorless if it has 1 oil counter on it. I think I would play it. Thematic Compass. I think we're off of. I don't hate it though. Thematic Compass does like this is a really good card in decks that can play it. 2 mana artifact, 3 tap, search your library for basic land, put it in your hand. This is exactly Journeyer's Kite, so like not actually good. But like sometimes you'll activate like once, maybe twice in a game. Most of the time, I don't activate it at all. The backside, but it says at the beginning of your end step, if you control 7 or more lands, flip it, which is like, oh yeah, you probably don't need to search for lands anymore. Usually true, not always. And the backside is a land that taps for colorless, and it's a Maze of Ith. It taps to remove a creature from combat. Super, super good. I don't know if this is where we want to be. Maybe. I'll have to play the deck a little bit and see if it's the kind of effect that I want to reconsider. Mightstone the Weak Zone does make 2 mana, and like that we can use for. We have stuff we can use this for, but I don't think it's worth it. Like I'm already not playing things like Sisay's Ring. Do I want to pay 1 more for draw 2 cards or target creature gets -5/-5 on a card I don't want? I don't think so. Thran Turbine, so close. Makes 2 mana during your upkeep, but you can't use it to cast spells. There's things we could do in our upkeep, but for the most part, we're trying to do stuff on opponents' turns. So I'm gonna avoid it. Tone the Guild Pack's not where we want to be. I'm super curious about what some of these lists do, but I'm not gonna try to read them. Let's see. I have seen people play unstable obelisk before, but that's not where we are. I think at this point we have managed to find enough 2 mana rocks to play that we don't have to go that crazy. And then Ward Power Stone, I think I do want it. It's the it is similar to something like Sisay's Ring in that it makes mana on the same turn. The difference is, of course, the turn that Sisay's Ring makes mana, you often don't use it anyway because you tapped out for Sisay's Ring or like whatever. So you can't use it the turn it comes in, which is a drawback later in the game. But it does make 2 mana. It only costs 3. The turn I just have to note like it actually costs 3, whereas Sisay's Ring kind of costs 2 the turn you play it. Um, and I mean, even talking about it in that way, maybe I do want something like Hedron Archive. How many accelerants do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't even like this chromatic lantern, so we're gonna skip that. We might not play it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we can cut this chromatic lantern. Good. Get the hell out of here. And then we have exactly 1 3-mana rock. We're down to 6. We're still 17, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17. One of them we don't really play right away. Actually, Gilded Lotus might be worse than Thran Dynamo in this deck. Because we do need a lot of colorless mana, just to use for Hilda. I'm gonna look at these tappers and see like how many of them actually need colored mana. We have 1. I don't think Distracting Geist is getting in there. This is kind of half. It doesn't really need colored mana. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, too many of them need 8. Too many of them need colored mana at this point. Do I even want Proud Mentor? It's 3 mana. Oh. Yeah, 9, 10, 11. Most of them, yeah. Okay, so I guess 3 and Dynamo is not where we want to be. We can keep the Gilded Lotus, sure. It's just like the reason why I'm thinking of things like 3 and Dynamo is if you look at our deck, I'm trying to see where it starts. Like things like Choking Tethers and like some of these spells we can use the colorless mana. Actually, fewer than I thought, but these sorceries for sure. Oh, actually, way less than I thought. What does this do again? Another creature enters the battlefield under your control. You can tap a creature an opponent controls. Sure. It's like the expensive version of this. Sure. All right. Yeah, actually not that much. I was just like, well, Hilda. We ended up not playing a lot of the stuff that uses the colorless mana, like the Tolarian and Kraken or whatever. It's whenever you draw a card, you can pay 1 to tap something. Okay, so we have way too many cards right now, right? Let's look at the... Yeah, it just doesn't have a way of telling me how many cards are in the deck. That's pretty annoying. So we have 29, 32, 35, 55, 75, 87, 87 spells. So definitely too many. As I say, we have a bunch of stuff to cut, but I'm not quite done adding. The last thing I want to do, and this will probably be the last thing we do today on stream. I'll probably do the rest of this off stream, or maybe I won't. I don't know. I'm enjoying myself, and I don't care if we run long. Okay, so EDH does have Hilda on here. So now we're gonna start. Now after doing all of this, we have more cards than we need. Now I'm actually gonna take a look at EDH and see if there's stuff I didn't think of or I missed. Like there's gonna be some new cards that I'm just not aware of, and You don't have to start here. Or you don't have to end here. I usually start here, to be fair. I just want to show you like how much deck building you can do without looking at EDH Rec ever, just on your own. I missed a lot of stuff for sure, and I didn't even try to search for all of the things I could be searching for that would be good in this deck. Uh, so I just want to like point out, like for real, you can do a lot of something. Yeah, Hilda's Crown of Winter I definitely saw before. This is really good. It's basically a Crown of Gix, right? 3 mana, 1 tap, tap target creature. It costs 1 less during your turn. That doesn't matter so much. We're probably gonna pay 1. And then like 3 mana, sack it, draw a card for each tap creature your opponents control. That's probably like an emergency button. Pretty unlikely to actually do that, but it's a cheaper icy manipulator. So plus like flavor, it's her crown. All right, what is Shire of Numbing Death or Share of Numbing Depths? Enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls and stun it. When you tap one or more untapped creatures an opponent control, draw a card. It triggers once each turn. That's probably good enough. Of Numbing Depths. Solid Sanctuary. If I remember right, I didn't really like this one. When enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. Remember, we don't really care about stun counters. You tap an untapped creature an opponent controls, put a 1 counter on target creature you control. That's just not that big a deal. Like, we're going to do it a lot, but remember, like, with Hilda, we're planning on getting either a 4/4 or +1/+1 counters across our board. We're getting 4+ power every tap. Like, do I want to play this random card that gives me 1 power every tap? I know it's just addition, but like it's kind of win more. We're getting so much. Does it matter? It also works when Hilda's not in play, but we expect Hilda to be in play, and we'll probably protect her. Oh, we might even want like Lightning Greaves. Oh, we actually definitely want Lightning Greaves. This is a card that I've kind of come off of recently because just you can do a lot of protecting your commander without it, and if you don't care about haste, it's not that big a deal. But the thing I was realizing was, one, yes, we do want to protect Hilda. That's part of it. The other part is we can haste up our tappers. Like, play Ballynock Trapper and then go equip Greaves. Now I can tap your thing. That's pretty relevant, and like those two things combined makes me want to play the boots. I don't think I want the Solitary Sanctuary. Ice out, bargain, counter target spell, cost 1 less of its bargain. No. Sure, it has Hilda in the art. The card's bad. Ice Rot Sentry, 2 blue, Vigilance. When it attacks, you can pay 2 to tap a creature an opponent controls. Whenever you tap untapped creature an opponent controls, it gets 2/1 until end of turn. This is for the sorcery speed version of the deck. That deck could be really, really good. Notice it's also a soldier. It's kind of hinting you should do soldier stuff. That version of the deck, very good. Not gonna do it. Maybe not very good, but like could be good. Not gonna do it. Oh, the secret's out. Yeah, opposition's insane in this deck. We can play borrowing 100,000 arrows. I don't think we need that many of this effect. I don't think I want to play more. Play an effect that's just this. Notice we have a few of those, right? We have Tameo, we have Scroll of Isildur, we have Shire of Icy Depths or whatever, or of Numbing Depths. But they all do something else. In fact, Shire does the least. She's the most likely to get cut. But also like while we're tapping stuff, we can just draw cards with Hilda if that's what we need. So I don't think we need a card that only does the draw effect, even though that does seem really good. Timon, Youthful Guys. At the beginning of each combat, tap up a 1 target creature. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, Timon's in. This is very, very similar to the 6 mana creature that I didn't play, but 5 mana is much cheaper. And it taps on 1 extra combat. It's not like exceptional or whatever. And what is Rhoda? The thing it partners with. Geist Avenger. It is a white card. We can play it if we want. Vigilance. Whenever a creature an opponent controls becomes tapped, if it has been declared attacker, put a 1/1 counter on Rhoda. Oh yeah, good enough. Actually, maybe it's not that good. On the one hand, This is kind of worse than the Solitary Sanctuary, which I don't think is very good. The reason why I say it's worse is it's 4 mana as opposed to 3. It doesn't tap anything on its own. It's a creature, which means it can get removed. It can't put the counter on anything but itself. The trade-off for all of that is that this, when you play it, because it's partner with, you can search for Timon, and Timon can search for Rhoda. So it's kind of like plus a card on that, which is why I'm really uncertain. Oh, Gadwick is interesting. I think Rhoda's not good enough. He's mostly just vanilla fat, and vanilla fat's not that great. Dream Shacklegeist is good, I think, for the sorcery speed version of this deck, not the control version. So we're not going to play it. Gadwick, though, is interesting. I don't want to pay X into his cost, so he's just triple blue to cast, which is like a little annoying in a 2-color deck. It's doable, but it's a little annoying. So I don't really care about enters battlefield, draw X cards. We can, like, maybe we'll draw a card or two off of him. I don't really care. But it's just when you cast a blue spell, tap target non-land permanent and opponent controls. I don't think we have enough stuff that we're casting. I don't think we have enough blue spells that we're casting at relevant times to take advantage of that. We still need to look at more counter magic. I actually don't think we have enough here. But, yeah, I don't think we're casting enough blue spells at times where tapping would be relevant. I actually don't think it's that good. Probably better in the sorcery speed version where you're tapping before blocks, so you can just cast your blue creatures or whatever. Swords is good. Counterspell Path, we have all that. Time of Ice. I don't think Cone of Cold is good because it's sorcery. Cryptic's great. I think Generous Gift is overplayed. Icy Blast, I think it's too expensive. Retreat to Coral Helm's the wrong timing. I don't like Rhoda. Okay, we have a lot of these already. So I'm going to skip through them. When it attacks, scry 1. When you scry, tap extra. No, extra number of cards looked at and scrying this way. This is like better for the combat version than the control version. Oh, Willbreaker's cute. Willbreaker is really cute. I think I'm not going to play it. I found it was also in Cross. I found that it was really frail, so easy to get removed, but also like you have to play it and then take a bunch of stuff kind of in the same turn. And like if they remove this, they get rid of it. It's also, I personally get kind of annoyed if someone's whole deck is about beating me with my own cards, and this does it enough where I would probably get annoyed at that. I also have a lot of really complicated beliefs about fun. Maybe we'll talk about that some other time, but one of those is like you have a responsibility to the fun of other people. If I would be annoyed playing against this and find it really unfun, I'm gonna try not to do it to other people. Gideon's Avenger, great for the combat version of this deck. We'll call it the aggro version. The mid-range version was the control version. We're playing the control version right now. If Tempest Caller had flash, this card, it would be insane. It would probably be too good at uncommon. Okay, don't like that. Sentinel of the Eternal Watch, that's a card. Timon is very, very similar to Sentinel of the Eternal Watch. So maybe if I like Timon, maybe Sentinel would be good. I don't know. Timon seems good. It flies, which isn't that relevant. Do I want to pay 6 mana for it? I guess kind of. Alright. And remember, right now we're mostly just adding. I'll do the cutting probably off stream, or maybe we'll come back to this next week. I don't know. Well, I haven't decided. Esper Sentinel, why? It doesn't, this is just it's a generically good card. I actually think this card is also overplayed. And Commander. Myriad, when it attacks for each opponent, tap up to one creature they control. Really, really good for the mid-range version. Hey, Sunstrike Legionnaire, other people found it too. I don't think... Queen of Ice, again, it's it's synergized, but I don't think it's actually that good. I wonder if there's a story here of well, first of all, Queen of Ice somehow is not legendary in Eldraine. But maybe it's maybe there were a bunch of Queens of Ice running around, and now one of them is Hylda. She used to be this, now she grew up. I don't know. But it's very strange that this isn't legendary. We've examined a lot of these. One thing about Drum Bellower that's kind of neat is we get to untap all of our decoys. I think the game plan is going to be to selectively tap stuff. We're probably not going to try to tap things en masse with like Squall Drifter or whatever. We're only going to be tapping stuff en masse if we have like Court Street Denizen or Opposition or something going. And these will be like, we got to point it at the important stuff until we can start taking over. Because remember, we also don't have to tap everything. Like, if your opponent has a random 3/3 and a 5/5, right? We tap the 5/5, we make a 4/4. Are they going to attack with the 3/3? No. So it's like, why do we need to do that? I don't see why Mondrak would be in this deck, but okay. I guess people like it. Um, Aboshan is, I don't know. That's just way too much mana. Same with Thassa. It's just too expensive. We can blink. Thassa does blink stuff. I don't know if we have anything that really cares about blinking. Not during our end step anyway, right? It is end step? At the beginning of your end step. So, like, we do have this. Where'd it go? The Githzerai monk. Uh, which is great to blink, but it's on our end step where we care about at least. People are gonna untap before it could matter. I don't think we have anything else that really like Topplegeist is cute to blink, but I'm not playing a card to blink just because I have Topplegeist in my deck. Courtry Denizen is again cute, but not really helpful. Same thing with the Cop Show Kite Fins. Illithid Harvester is really good to blink, but not at the time. Well, I guess it can't. I guess it's the same thing. Yeah, it is really good to blink. So that is what a really good argument for Thassa, but I think that's the only argument for Thassa. I guess Shere is okay to blink. Same with Solemn. Yeah, we just don't have enough, and I don't want to like invest in a package, in a blink package, and have cards for it. Solarian Kraken. I think we've been over it. It's just like so much mana, and I'm not confident we have enough. Fate Stitcher. Why did Fate Stitcher not come up when I was looking at stuff? It's 4 mana, but like it taps for free. And if we desperately need to, we can unearth it. I went back and forth. Not of the White Orchid is one of the cards I was considering when we were talking about the mana problem. It's white 2/2 first strike. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent controls more lands than you, you can search for a plains, put it on the battlefield, and shuffle. And there's an equivalent. There's a Loyal Watchdog, which is 1 and a white 3/1 without first strike that does the same thing. They're really really good early, and they're effectively a mana rock with a body. The body we don't care about that much, but it's another mana rock, right? Isn't that cool? The problem is like later in the game, it's pretty bad, and it doesn't do anything to synergize with the deck other than make mana. So if we ever miss on this, it's just the body, and the body is useless. So I don't think I like it, but I don't know. I'm really torn on that one to be honest. Uh, okay, when Icebreaker Kraken enters the battlefield, artifacts and creatures don't untap. Tap through, but it doesn't actually tap anything, right? Okay, that seems bad. And you have to play Snow for it, which we're trying not to do. Sun Titan isn't a card that's just generally good, but doesn't synergize specifically so much as just like get back the things that get blown up. But we should find some way to have an amount of recursion. We'll figure that out. I don't like Icing Death. It's good for the mid-range version though. Loran is just a generally good card. It blows up artifacts or enchantments. We should look at a little bit more in that way, but I don't like it that much. I don't like see a guard approach. I mean, it's just twiddle, right? Um, I guess it can also give hexproof. It can either like it can protect Hilda or be like a tap if we need it. But I don't like. I don't know. I don't want to cast either version of this card, so having access to both doesn't seem that valuable. Stroke of Midnight is a good card. They're like much better than Generous Gift, but obviously it doesn't exist yet, so that's why people aren't playing it. I actually do like it because it's non-land permanent, or I guess just Generous Gift is also. All right, but like the difference between the 1/1 and the 3/3, I think is I don't know. Maybe I'm just like I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to justify a bad position, but I don't know. I think it's good. Generous Gift is any permanent, not just non-land. How much do we have in the way of like interacting with non-creature permanents? Because we don't care about blowing up creatures that much. Yeah, none of these do. No, artifacts don't either, but that's not what they're here for. Oh, at this point, Reprieve is definitely coming out. Same probably with this. Same, yeah, well, hold on. We're going to avoid cuts for the moment. Cyclonic Rift kind of does it. Counterspell, Arcane Denial, Cryptic Command, Dovin's Veto Negate. I'll do it. Same with Return to Dust. I think none of our creatures interact with non-creature permanents. Correct. So have a little. Teferi doesn't really do it. Like, yeah, I guess we're a little light on interacting with non-creature permanents. All right, we'll add it in, but I don't know if it makes the cut. I guess one thing about Generous Gift is normally I'm pretty like, I don't know. It's just like 3 mana and they get a 3/3 is the part that bothers me. But we actively don't care about the 3/3 because of how good we are at handling creatures. Ensnare. Do I not have Ensnare? Oh, because it taps all creatures is kind of the problem. The problem. So here's my thought about Ensnare. So it taps all creatures at instant speed, which is really cool, right? The thing is, I guess we could activate Hylda to make a bunch of 4/4s after that. The thing is, if we're doing that on any player's turn other than the person who's passing to us, the player to our right, basically, then people are going to untap and be able to attack, and we just tap down our squad. We tap down all of our decoys. Like the only thing we'll have is what we can do with Hylda. You can also do it for free by picking up a land, which is kind of nice. This is probably best in the mid-range version of the deck, where you attack with your team and then pick up, and then like cast this to tap all the blockers or whatever. But I think that's going to be really infrequent, and is something we care about, so we'll pass on it. Versus Rebuff, I guess, is kind of close. Like, I don't like Cancel, and I don't like tap 2 target creatures, but like, I would play Counterspell, which is blue to do that. I don't think I'd play blue to tap 2 target creatures, but I would pay 1 to make my Counterspell sometimes do that. No, I don't think I would. Yeah. Secret Council, Trap for Trespassers. Secret Council. Each player secretly votes for a creature you don't control. Then these votes are revealed. For each creature with 1 or more votes, put that many stun counters on it, then tap it. So this should tap 4. This can tap up to 4 creatures, but I don't get to pick what they are. And it might tap the same creatures. It just doesn't untap for a while, but I don't really care about it not untapping for a while. Yeah, I don't think so. Downpour is cute. Like, maybe Downpour is good enough. I know we encountered it before, but like tapping 3 things is a pretty big deal. I would definitely rather do that than cast like Repel the Darkness, even though it draws a card. Maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. I guess I wouldn't. Hithlane Knots I'm actually about to cut. Oh, Gigatrowse is cute. Oh, we didn't look at anything we didn't search for tap target permanent. Ooh, we should do that. Okay. We're gonna do that. ID. Okay. And then we're gonna get rid of this. Oh. All right. Let's see. 36 cards. Okay, that's not that many. Captain the Mists is basically just another puppeteer, but I guess it's... Oh, no, it's not better because it's 2 mana to activate. A Feto Grifter would be good if we had a lot of wizards, but we don't. There's so many things about Clever Conjurer that is not good. Same thing with Coral Trickster. I don't like the single instance of it with like Deceiver Exarch. Whenever a player attacks an enchanted player with 1 or more creatures, that player may tap or untap. Curse of Inertia's close. I don't think so, though. Dreamscript is not good. Ghostly Touch is basically the same as like some of the other auras that we've seen with it. Frost Titan's not the worst. No, I don't think I like it. It's a lot of mana. I don't think it's... I don't think it's where we want to be. Kelpie Guide only taps if we have 8 or more mana, 8 or more lands. We don't accelerate lands at all,
So we can't do that. Oh, we can play Wayfarer's Bauble, which I think we want to. Yeah, and then the untapping is okay. We'll put in Kelpie Guide. We have a boatload of cuts to make. We probably won't start on that today. There's a lot of artifact stuff that works with like there could be an artifact version of this deck, but I don't think that's what we're gonna do. There's also a Merfolk version of it with Marrow Reejery, Rhymewind, Task Mage. Oh, and Scepter of Dominance. All right, Rhymewind Task Mage is a reason to play the Snow package. And at that point, we can play Icy Column. Fine. Uh, what was that? Or Icy Pillar? Was it Pillar of Ice? So Icy Pillar, Ice Pillar. There was Icebind Pillar. We found it. Right, that was the card. Icebind Pillar. Actually, at this point, because we're gonna play, because Scepter of Dominance is also good. We're probably gonna end up cutting a lot of the like random creatures that tap. But now also the Vidalcan Surtark is probably good enough. We have 26 artifacts. If we cut too many, we'll cut it. But and maybe we are gonna cut some of these artifacts. Yeah, we probably will. But we'll come back to that. Telekinetic Sliver is cute, but no. We can have each upkeep. Oh, it's 8 mana. Never mind. Tidal Force is it's too expensive. 12 Night and Day. You may tap or untap target permanent, then tap or untap another target permanent. No. Tap target permanent. If it's an artifact, destroy it. Draw a card. That's so close. Vizier's tap, and then we have another version of this. It's so we go like this. Wow, there's really nothing that like tap 2 target permanents. Okay. All right, so we did that search. That's fine. We didn't miss that much, but we did have some stuff that we wanted there. Oh, Giga Drowse. Giga Drowse is probably good because it's. I guess it's kind of worse than just a tap all creatures, which we have like. There's like Delusion stuff to do that. I actually don't like it. It's just so much blue mana, and then we have to. It's remember, it's like it's actually like 1 in a blue to tap a creature, tap a permanent, and then replicate for 1 in a blue. It's closer to that. An offer you can't refuse. I think this is the deck for it. We care so much about non-creature spells and so little about creature spells that something that only counters non-creatures is fine. Swan Song is similar, but we do care about like artifacts. We can still play Swan Song. And of course, we don't care about the creature, which is I guess why Generous Gift is probably good. Did we end up adding it? Fine, we'll play Generous Gift. Oh, we already had it. Never mind. Remove one. Okay. I keep going back to the Scryfall tab because I'm used to it, but we're not looking at Scryfall right now. Pongify. I don't think we really need to do that much to like destroy creatures. We have some of that. Nivea's Wisp is actually not bad. It 1 mana and it draws a card. Um, oh, I did spell Nivea's right. Okay. What does that mean? I wonder. I did it again. Thought with Gambit as we went over. It's just so much mana. Like, and the untapping our creatures isn't a big deal. Flawless Maneuver is definitely for the mid-range version of this deck. I don't even think it is. Like, I don't know. I don't think that card's good. Because in the mid-range version of this deck, your opponent shouldn't have blockers. You shouldn't need to cast it to make your board indestructible. It's just like a generally good white card, I guess. I don't think we need a lot of this. Uh, Gridlock is cute, but it's just like a more. It's the same thing as Icy Wind or whatever. We just don't want it. It's just too expensive. Is my thought. Oh wow. Someone thought to play Return to Dust. Ether Shockwave. Pretty good to like just tap all non-spirit creatures. It's just another tap all creatures. And this one's white for whatever that's worth. Shijiri Seltzer, no. The hell? Resculpt. Okay. Excise the Imperfect. I think it's a pretty good card. I don't think we need it, but it is interesting. I hate that we have to play snow-covered lands now. I really do. Destroy target tap creatures. So this is the kind of effect that I knew we could search for, and I didn't. I just don't know how much we need to do that. We have some amount of that, but like, yeah, like it's just one of those like it's only for the creatures whose relevance has nothing to do with whether they're tapped, which there are a lot of those. Don't get me wrong. It's just a matter of like how much do we need? Do we need to play like targeted removal for that? We have Wandering Emperor, which does that, but doesn't spend the card to do it. Um, I would we can't play it. Royal Assassin would be where I'd want to be, like a repeatable version of that kind of effect. Um, let's see, what other like how like we have Swords to Plowshares, we have Path to Exile, we have Generous Gift, we have Stroke of Midnight. I don't think we need to go as far as just is like random destroy target tapped creature. I actually don't like this Luminarch Ascension anymore. Okay, we're gonna pass on that. I did it again. Damn it! Last time I remembered. This time I forgot. Sorceries are gonna be pretty bad generally, but we'll see what is being suggested here. This is again, it's like the gift of 100,000 arrows. I don't think we want a card that only does that. Hidden Strings is really really good for the mid range version of this deck, but I don't think that's what we want. Same with Bond of Discipline, extremely good for the mid range version. Same with Regna Sanction. Oh man, this tap all non-white creatures. If we could, if that were an instant, I would obviously play the hell out of that. Yeah, Runic Shot is much more of a consideration. Just like white, it's one mana destroyer. I actually do like Runic Shot. It's we do have to do some amount of removing creatures. I did it again. We do have to remove creatures sometimes. That's why we have Path to Exile, Swords to Plowshares, things like that. This is still one mana. It's sorcery. Okay, so it's not perfect. It's still a sorcery. But one mana destroy a creature, maybe sometimes we'll scry two. I don't think we're going to do that much. But like one mana destroy a creature is really good, and I think I'll accept doing that at sorcery speed. Austere Command, I'm pretty apprehensive of. I think the only mode we might be okay on is destroy all creatures with mana value 4 or greater. A lot of our stuff is really small, including all of our tokens, most of our tappers. Hilda gets caught up in that blast, by the way. But we have a lot of artifacts we care about. We have a lot of enchantments we care about. And we have a lot of creatures that we care about on both sides. Yeah, I don't think that's where we want to be. Windfall, why is this here? We already have Righteous Fury. Time Wipe, I don't think is where we want to be. These random cantrips, I don't want to play Approach to the Sinking Sun. Rush of Ice, no. Exile a tapped creature is a little bit better. And we can forecast. This is probably better in the mid-range version of the deck. Vanquish the Horde is very much not where we want to be. We play the board. I don't know why people are. I don't know. People have weird ideas. This is another reason I don't love EDH. Another issue I take with EDH trick. I guess a flaw it has, not like a reason to hate it or anything like that. Is that
people often have like really bad ideas, and they get shown here as well. It's minimally able to discern good ideas from bad ones. What the hell is this card? Creatures have vigilance at the beginning of each player's turn. Tap all untapped creatures you control that didn't attack. No, no. Okay, this is more for the mid-range version, I think. Greatsword of Tyr is amazing for that deck, by the way. Kefnet's Monument. You can cast a creature spell. Target creature doesn't untap. That's not really helpful. Archaeomancer's Map is cute, but I don't think it's where we want to be. Staff of Domination we've already gone over. Pacification Ray is actually good. All right, a lot of these enchantments I think we have. Bitter Chill, enchant creature, you tap it, doesn't untap as normal. Once put in the graveyard, you can pay one, scry one, draw a card. I don't think we need that. Betrayal, we already have. Anointed Procession. I guess we do make a lot of tokens. I forgot about that. Like, we just make a lot. So that random creature, what was that thing called? Oh yeah, the Junk Winder. I forgot. We do make a lot of tokens. And they're just big tokens. I'm used to this being about small tokens. Do we? Is this good enough? I mean, it has affinity for tokens, but if we already have enough tokens for the affinity to matter, do we need what it does, which is basically let us have another chain, like we can opposition chain, kind of in a similar way? I don't think so. All right, all right. We finished with sorceries, but I think okay, we had finished with artifacts as well. I had forgotten that. All right, so we are on enchantments. Diversionary tactics. I think this does actually make it. Mystic Remorse, just a generally good. I'm not playing Intruder Alarm. Uh, Palliation Accord. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Is actually really cute. It's kind of funny. I like that. I don't think it's good. It's 5 mana. All it does is prevent damage. I don't think it's actually good, but it is pretty funny. I do find it. Oh, Narcolepsy. I forgot there's another version of Curse of Chains. We have so many cards to cut. Oh my. Oh my. Make it. Alright. Cure Best the Sea God. Make an 8/8. Tap all non-land permanents target opponent controls. Gain control of target permanent opponent controls on tap it. I don't think it's that good. Plumes of Peace is for the. I think it's for the mid-range version. Takacia's Welcome. Whenever one or more creatures with mana value 3 or less enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card. Triggers once each turn. Now we can do this with Hilda, which means we can get both the card and the token. I think it's worth playing. It makes us not have to choose between getting cards and getting creatures. Dismiss into Dream is cute. I don't want to do it. Intangible Virtue is also cute. It's probably pretty good, but I don't think I want to do that. I mean, On Thin Ice is really good when we're playing the snow version. It's better than Runic Shot, and we probably should have Snowlands at this point. Authority of the Consoles is not actually good for what we're doing. Funny enough. I don't think this Dovin is good. Utility lands. We're actually gonna have to chill on utility lands because we need chill because we need a lot of snowlands. We're gonna need a lot of basics. Scry 2, activate only if you control a legendary creature. I mean, Rivendell isn't bad. Or Rivendell. I don't think we want it. Minas Tirith is probably good. We can do without it. I do like Arcane Lighthouse. I don't think we want to play Detection Tower. That is going to be a problem of like creatures we can't target or are hard to target, or it's going to be difficult for us. Yeah, all right, we'll play Detection Tower. We're 2 colors. The colorless lands aren't going to be that big a deal. Yeah. Yeah, there's just no 2 ways about it. Like creatures that we have a hard time targeting. We're gonna have to figure out what to do about those. Now, sometimes they'll just end up getting tapped and get swept up by a sweeper, but they might not. Like if they don't, we're gonna have some difficulties. I think we have most of these mana rocks. I'm not playing Decanter of Endless Water. Midnight Clock I think is unnecessary. Thran Dynamo
I am on the fence about. Giant Dynamo might be good. Replicating Ring, I guess it makes colorless mana, but it's not gonna replicate, and I don't want to pay a 3 mana rock. Oh, Victory Chimes is interesting. Untap Victory Chimes during each other player's untap step. It just makes it colorless. It's like a player of your choice makes it colorless, but we do need to. I actually like Victory Chimes. It's a little low power in that it's a 3 mana rock and it makes colorless, but it makes colorless every turn. That can end up being a lot. Oh, Liquid Metal Torque is also good. We're probably going to cut some number of these rocks. I don't think. What does Liquid Metal Torque do? Turn something into an artifact. It's about as useless as rolling the planar die. So both are pretty bad. Well, we'll figure it out. And then random lands. We're actually going to minimize how many non-basics we play just because we need to have a lot of snow permanents. We have several cards that care. Or I guess we have 2 cards that care, but like those cards are good enough. Like Rhinewind Taskmage is really good. And it needs 4 snow permanents. So gotta keep that in mind. Glacial Floodplain. So we're gonna want to have like 4 snow permanents on the battlefield. I think we do want Evolving Wilds, Terramorphic Expanse. A lot of people don't like these cards. I think they're. I mean, I mostly play them because like nostalgia or whatever. But when we need fixing and we need to find basics, they do get a lot better. And we want like Fabled Passage. I don't remember if we already added that in. Fabled Passage, we did not. Okay. I don't think we need like the off-color fetches, but like Prismatic Vista. And Flooded Strand. Okay, because of this, I do kind of want to see just. I do want to see what stuff. What like snow stuff there is in these colors. I don't know if it's just type snow. Because it should be a super type. Okay, it's just considered here. Arkham's Astrolabe, I think, is still not good enough. Oh, Boreal Shelf. And that's a problem too. Is we. Oh God, I'm just gonna remove all these. We can't just play a few snowlands and just go, well, we'll find it when we need it for the pillar. It's because the Rhinewind Taskmage needs 4 snow permanents, so we need a lot. Oh, we also have Cold Steel Heart, so that's another snow permanent. Not gonna go as far as like Frostwalk Bastion or whatever. Gelid Shackles is actually pretty good because it turns off activated abilities, but I guess most abilities that I'm gonna care about aren't necessarily activated abilities. And like I don't care about making it unable to block or unable to attack. I don't care about it being unable to block, and I don't care about it being unable to attack because we can tap it anyway. But if it's just turn off the abilities, that's probably not worth it. Gravenlore is cute, but oh, and then draw 3. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, we can get cards. Cards are not a problem. Let's see. Oh, Squall Drifter is also a snow permanent. That's pretty nice. Okay. Scrying Sheets. God, I miss when Scrying Sheets was good, and like my friends and I like all had them. We needed a bunch of them. Do we play Shiverdrift Veil? That's got to be like too dorky, right? No, because we're just gonna play Snow Basics. That's fine. I'm gonna go over my non-basics and see like which ones are worth adding. The ones I pulled out of Cross. We probably okay. How many snowlands? We only have two snowlands currently. I guess we can count the fetches as snowlands, right? So we have Boreal Shelf, Flooded Strand, Glacial Floodplain, Prismatic Vista, Fabled Passage, Terramorphic Expanse, Evolving Wilds as snowlands. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 snowlands. So we probably do need a decent amount of basics. So I'm gonna try to be like a little chill on what non-basics I add in. So like, okay, think I think almost all of these are still fine. So we already have the flooded strands. Uh, command tower is just like, well, the untapped every color land. Hollow Fountain can be untapped, can be all our colors. That's fine. Tundra, I don't normally just like slam duels in, but I have a Tundra, so like okay, it's reasonable. Sea of Clouds again comes in untapped almost all the time and adds both of our colors. Same thing with Deserted Beach. The Deserted Beach cycle of lands I think is super good and really cool that they made them. Reliquary Tower. I don't know if we need it, to be honest with you. I don't know if we're going to have enough cards in our hand to really justify this, but it's basically free. And just in case, we can have it. If it ends up not being useful, we can cut it. And then Glacial Fortress, again, untapped. Both of our colors. Also, it has the word glacial in it. And then, if we just add 20 basics, that's probably fine. So add snow-covered islands, snow-covered plains. I wonder, can I add? Okay, we're gonna add like 9 of these, and then I'm gonna see if I can add a negative mount. Nope, can't add negative amounts. So removing these is one by one. That's a little annoying. They should be like it wouldn't be that hard. They should give you the option of adding of removing more than one at a time if you need to. Especially with basic lands, you might just do that. I'm mostly putting these in as placeholders. We're almost certainly not going to play an even split between the two. But I just wanted the placeholder. We have to do an enormous amount of cutting. So let's look at how many total cards we have. 39 between creatures and planeswalkers. Only 4 sorceries. That's kind of interesting. So that's 43. 68. So close. 96. God, so many. 110. 148. So we have to cut 49 cards. Screw it. I'm just in the groove. I'm down. We can just keep going. I know we normally end like an hour ago. I don't have anywhere to go, and I'm having fun. I'm enjoying myself. It's a little grueling. I'll admit it's a little grueling, but it's just how deck building is, and I am still very excited about this deck. I think Teferi isn't good. Like we can cut that. Tamiyo I think is still good. Wandering Emperor is still good. This card is so bad, but it's so funny. We'll come back to it. We can keep a lot of these random tappers. I think Errant Doomsayers can go. It is better. It's this about as good as the Bureaucrat, but the Bureaucrat's from Homelands, which makes it a lot funnier. We can I like a lot of these. We can cut the Kelpie Guide. I don't think this card is good. A lot of this is just based on feel of like, I don't know, like I just don't like it, even if it's good. That's why I'm like more on the fence about Stall for Time than Repel the Darkness, even though Stall for Time is strictly better. It does the exact same thing plus, and yet I'm still like, maybe I cut Stall for Time but keep Repel the Darkness. I don't know, it makes no sense, but I'll probably end up cutting both. I still like Merfolk Trickster. It's a little. This one's I'm on the fence on. I'll be honest. Can I like add a note? I guess not. The kite fins is also like on the fence. It's really expensive, and we like need to make a token on an opposing turn to like tap all the stuff or whatever. But I don't know. It's on. I'm on the fence. I don't know if I like these 3 mana puppeteers. I guess I should count how many decoys I have in total. Um, one, I think we have enough artifacts for the Centaur, right? We have 28 artifacts. We're gonna lose a lot of these, or we're gonna lose some number of these, but I mean that is a decent amount. Okay, let's go through the initial pass and then we'll count how many tappers I have. So we're gonna skip on like puppeteer or whatever. The Sentinel is just really expensive. It's just 6 mana, but I get a tap every turn. I think that's fine. I think Charade is not good. Oh, it draws a card. Never mind. It draws a card every time. Never mind. Never mind. I forgot about that second ability. Um, that's fine. Solemn. We're on. It's close because it also gets a basic land, which means it helps us with the snow stuff. Um, honestly, we might even want to throw in an artifact land or two, just for the Centaur to see. We'll come back to all of this. I like most of these. The Zolfiran Decoy, I'm a little hesitant about. Okay, we can cut Whipcorder. Whipcorder is probably the worst of these. Zolfiran Decoy is a little awkward. It can't be the first tapper, but it can be a subsequent one, and it taps for free, which is really it's 2 mana and it doesn't cost mana to tap something. Also, it's one more toughness than some of our other tappers, which is really nice. I don't want to cut these ones that like tap for colorless or are 1 mana. Proud Mentor. I guess this is worse than the 3 mana tappers. You can remove this, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, can start there. Down to 32 creatures. We've already cut. All right, we cut this amount. I'm really torn about the tutors. We have found a couple of other ways of doing what opposition does. Even though but I really want to play with opposition. All right, no, we're gonna cut the tutors. We're gonna stick to our principles. Cutting the tutor. So goodbye. And where's Enlightened Tutor? Goodbye. That might be blasphemy to some people, but I think I've already explained this well enough. A lot of these things are pretty uncuttable. Teferi's Protection is just like just for safety. We can cut. Okay, I'm okay with cutting Repel the Darkness and Stall for Time. Niveus Wisps can be like, in a pinch if we need to tap a thing. It does draw a card too, so like I don't know. This is fine. Deluge. I think I like Deluge. Choking Tethers is good. Ether Shockwave and Bluster Squall. I think these are fine. Yeah. I like the counter magic. Maybe Dig Through Time isn't where I want to be. I don't think I need Dig Through Time actually. But I do like Dovin's Veto. Feelings of Dread, because that has flashback, this ends up being kind of like Choking Tethers. So it's fine. Generous Gift, I've come around on. I think Hithian Knots can get removed. I like Negate, Path to Exile, Return to Dust, I love. Stroke of Midnight is, I think, strictly better than Generous Gift. I guess not strictly, because Generous Gift can hit a land, which maybe we'll need to. I like Swan Song. Swan Song can't hit artifacts, which is a big deal, but hopefully we can deal with that in other ways. Alright, let's look at these mana rocks. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, this is way too many. Okay, so we can start cutting the worst ones. The Fractured Power Stone's kind of irrelevant. Liquid Metal Torque actually gets a little bit better because of the Centaur. Wayfarer's Bauble is also good because it gets snow lands out of our deck, which is really nice. So like this can help us get the 4 snow permanents. Guardian Idol's pretty bad. Everflowing Chalice is also really nice in that it can get us. It's not necessarily. This is sometimes
This is sometimes uh, a Mind Stone. It's sometimes a Sisei's Ring. It's sometimes a Dreamstone Hedron. You know, like uh, if you can sometimes make a lot of mana off of it. Scepter of Dominance is a lot of white mana, but it does like it's an artifact that taps off. Yeah, I don't know. This is really good. This got to be insane. We still have too many mana rocks. I don't think we can cut any of, but maybe Felwar Stone. But, I mean, it makes colors. It's got to be better than Liquid Metal. I guess it's better than Prismatic Lens. Maybe Prismatic Lens should get the cut. We have like Star Compass. Star Compass and the diamonds come in tapped, but they make our colors, whereas Felwar Stone makes our opponent's colors, which maybe isn't okay. We can cut the Prismatic Lens. Maybe we don't need Worn Power Stone. Maybe we don't need Worn Power Stone. All right. So now how many? I still like the Bola. I want to try it. I'm not content to cut it without trying it. I guess. What does it really do? Some of our creatures don't tap things on their own. It's like Court Street Denizen or the Monk or like the Illithid Harvester. Even Hilda, Toppelgeist. I want to try it. It's probably bad. I want to find out. The Victory Chimes it's a little clunky because 3 mana for a rock. We've already talked about it. It's not where I want to be, but that we can use it on every turn is really nice. It works really well with something like Toppelgeist, right? Because we untap with that. Toppelgeist taps the thing. We use it to tap. Toppelgeist, honestly, we might not be able to get Delirium enough. Right? We need 4 card types. A creature is probably pretty trivial. We don't have that many sorceries, so an instant will probably land there. Land will probably land there. I don't know how we get the 4th one. We have a couple of fetch lands, so that can help. But yeah, we might struggle a little bit with Delirium, so that might be something that we'll need to cut in the future. This will be the first pass, so like I'll skip some of the like tougher choices. Well, hold on. How many mana rocks do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Kind of 16 with Wayfarer's Bauble. Probably don't need that many. Probably can cut one more. And if I'm going to cut one more, how many come in tapped? Cold Steel Heart. Both diamonds. Star Compass. Maybe it's Star Compass. Alright. I guess goodbye, Star Compass. It's just like... It's Star Compass or Felwar Stone to me. The thing is, like, Felwar Stone is untapped, but it doesn't make our colors. Star Compass... But, however, like, we don't always need our colors. We have colorless rocks for that. Yeah, right. I guess it's Star Compass. I think I have a foil Star Compass, which is part of why I was trying not to cut it. But, no, I think it has to be that. And then maybe the next ones would be the diamonds. But I think for now, I think 15 is probably fine. Remember, we also can't like cast this Gilded Lotus super early, right? This is a 5 mana play, you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think that's fine. I think 15 is probably good. Enchantments, I like Betrayal. Citadel Siege is great. Curse of Chains is cute. Diversionary Tactics might be bad. This is a card we'll have to keep an eye on. Grasp Fleet is great. Narcolepsy is great. Is cute. I love it. On Thin Ice is just another 1 mana removal spell. Opposition's insane. Rhystic Study is very good. Just like generically good. Same with Smothering Tide. So maybe we can cut those at some point because they're just too generic and not really like what our deck is about. Verity Circle is insane amounts of card draw. This is like the reason why we want Thought Vessel and Reliquary Tower. Tarkacia's Welcome is good. Like it's better Shirei because like this is harder to kill than a random 2/3. Scroll of Isildur Device. We don't have any recursion. We don't have any life gain, and that's really what I'd like to add. And then 38 lands I think is where we want to be. So
how many cards did we end up? Oh, next thing I wanted to do was I wanted to start counting how many tappers we have, and then see what impacts that has on on whether we cut any. All right, so we have Abyssinian Priest, Aeson Bureaucrats, a card. It's so bad. It's so bad. But it's from Homelands. I want to play it. I want a Homelands card in my deck. I want people to look at this card and lose to a card from Homelands. Look at this 90s ass art. Like that's just a guy's face. This isn't like this is just art of a dude. It's not like look at the this is like, oh, it's stylized, it's fantasy art. This is just a guy. Like this is the artist's buddy here, you know? It makes me so happy. I don't know. It's so bad, but all right. Ballianock Trapper I think is great. We should look at like how many white instants we have. Niveus Wisp actually helps with that. Dovin's Veto. We don't have like tons, but we can even like tap a thing on our turn, cast a white spell. It's probably not going to untap that much, but it's free to tap a thing. It can tap anything, and it doesn't cost mana. It's probably going to be really good. Probably good. Benalis Trapper, Blinding Mage, Blinding Soul Eater, Fate Stitcher, Giant Killer, Gideon's Lockkeeper, Gold Metal Harrier, that's 10. Core Lineslinger, I do think this will tap enough stuff that 2 mana for a free tapper is going to be worth it, even though it's conditional. Minister of Impediments, Niblis of Breath, of the Breath. Nomad Decoy, this card is like pretty questionable, but like if we get Threshold, it's pretty huge. Puppeteer, it's 15. Task Mage, Sigardian Priest, Squall Drifter, Sunstrike Legionnaire. I do like that this is mana cost and not power. That might pick up. It might pick up similar amounts of stuff. I don't know. Surtark, that's 15, right? And Zolfir and Decoy. Did I miscount? Maybe it was 20. God damn it, I have to start over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This entire row. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. That is too many. 21 is too many for sure. So we can definitely cut some. I think like Niblis of the Breath is probably my first one. I want to look at the more expensive ones. Maybe this Zolfir and Decoy is difficult enough. This is probably better for the mid-range version. I just like that it's 2 mana, taps for free, and all I have to do is already have triggered Hilda. But I guess already triggering Hilda, I guess how could I have a lot of tappers, so I could do that. Oh, no. I just don't like that it doesn't start anything. It can't be the first tapper for the most part. I mean, if we cut the Rhymewind Task Mage, we can cut the pillar, and we don't have to play snow anymore. I think the 2 mana ones are good. Giant Killer kills stuff before it starts tapping, which is nice. Niblis of the Breath versus Puppeteer. I guess Niblis is better. And I do like having something that uses blue to tap as opposed to white, so I don't just need to like have a boatload of white mana. Our colors are going to be a little bit taxed just from having so many basics. Maybe that's another reason to just not play. I like having basics anyway. 20 is not that far removed from how many I usually play. But we have like this uses white to tap, this uses white to tap, this doesn't have to, I guess. This uses white to tap, this uses white to tap. So maybe I have to keep the last blue tapper and maybe look at some of these white tappers. I mean Nomad Decoy is probably the worst of them. But Threshold, like if I can get the Threshold, I guess if I can't, even if I get the Threshold, I guess having 2 target creatures is probably not even that much better. And I'm not sure how well I'll get Threshold. All right, I'll talk myself out of it. Probably like 18 of these. This might still be too many. But, well, okay. We'll look how many do we have now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, I think I'll stop cutting them there. Now I'm looking at this Sentinel of the Eternal Watch and Timon. Timon is much better. It comes down for one less, and I get a tap on my turn, which is less relevant than other taps, but it's in addition to the same taps that the Sentinel gets. The Sentinel is bigger, right? This is a 3/4, this is a 4/6. And it has Vigilance, which is cute. It's not irrelevant. Helps with like opposition stuff. Yeah, it's currently like the 6 mana creatures that I'm on the fence about. I think Planeswalkers are basically uncuttable. They're not really, but it feels that way. All right, how am I doing on? All right, I'm having to add this up enough where I'm actually gonna break out a calculator just so I can do it quickly without having to like hold the numbers in my head. 29 plus 2 plus 3 plus 20 plus 23 plus 14 plus 38. 129. So we're down to needing to cut 30 cards. Whew. I hope anyone's still with me. I know I usually have like some viewers hanging out and usually just like loitering in chat. If you're still with me, good on you. Thanks for watching. All right. I think at this point, I've done enough of how I approach stuff. I'm still like probably gonna keep working on this even if I end stream. So I might as well just not end stream and keep looking at it. The big things are these 6-drops that I'm looking at. The kite fins. Okay, how many like opposition like effects do I have? Court Street Denizen, the kite fins. Oh, the Sunstrike Legionnaire, but like in a very minor way. What are the stats of this thing? It's also a 1/2. Um. Well, it's not going to be an instant or sorcery. It's going to be a permanent. I guess it's just those two plus opposition. And I guess like kind of diversionary tactics, but very kind of. So I guess we can just leave it. Yeah, it's probably fine. I should probably be cutting non-creatures at this point because I have 30 creatures and like not that many fewer artifacts or instants. What are my instants? I don't think these are very cuttable. Feeling of Dread is a little cuttable, though it does work well with the Ballynock Trapper, and like having a little bit of instant speed tapping is probably necessary. How many big tap effects do I have? I have Ether Shockwave, Bluster Squall, Choking Tethers, kind of. This is mostly like a big tap effect when we're down to like one opponent. Most of the time this is 2 mana, get to tap, draw a card, and it's uncounterable. I think Choking Tethers, like maybe this is cuttable, but it feels pretty uncuttable. I think Deluge is also good. Deluge, Cryptic Command, so I have Shockwave, Bluster Squall, Cryptic. I'll skip the Choking Tethers. Deluge is 4, and we have the monk above. I think 5 of that effect is probably exactly what I want. Swan Song is a little cuttable. But I guess I do want, like, instants and sorceries are among the card types that I care about the most. I can't count planeswalkers or artifacts, which is a big deal. Or battles, I guess, but I don't think there are very many battles I care that much about. No, I think my instants are perfect. I don't think I want to cut any of these. My artifacts, maybe I can cut some of them. Like, I just don't want to cut the Bola, even though it's probably not that great. Victory Chimes is also kind of suspicious to me, but the Crown of Winter seems good. Icy Manipulator is this one's also like
maybe it's not that great because it's 4 mana to cast. I do have to like find a moment where I get to cast this in similarly to the Scepter, but by the way, but both of them very very strong to have non-creature ways of tapping stuff. We can actually count these in the decoin count, which brings us up to like 20 or 21 with the Icebind Pillar, or 22 with that Crown of Winter. So maybe we can cut like a tapper, like one or two. I don't, but with the artifacts involved, I don't think I want to go below 20 of this effect. But maybe I should, because like I don't know, like I don't know, they're not very efficient. They're mostly just triggering Hilda, but I have like really good ways of triggering her instead. My enchantments, it's mostly like Rhystic Study, Smothering Tithe are on the fence. You know what? Maybe I'll cut the Rhystic Study. I just can't bring myself to do it, even though like it's probably right. Like we have some ways, we have similar versions. We have cards that do similar things. Takassia's Welcome gives us a card every turn. Verity Circle draws us a million cards. Um, Shore is another Takassia's Welcome. We have two. We have what, two or three cards? We have Scroll of Isildur and Tamiel that draw for each tapped creature an opponent controls, which is a lot of cards. Maybe you know what? Screw it. We're daring to be different. Peachy somewhere. Peachy Keen is very proud of me. I just want to double check. I don't have any more of that effect that I forgot about. I don't think so. Okay. Next, I want to see like how many sweepers we have. Oh, actually, because I have the Citadel Siege, do I want three of this effect with the Vanguard or the Watcher or whatever? Because I have Timon, Watcher, and Citadel Siege. Three is probably fine. Like the Watcher is probably the worst one, but maybe it's good. All right. How many sweepers do I have? So I have Time of Ice. I have none of the rest of these are sweepers. I do have removal, right? Like I have some removal with like Curse of Change ish, Narcolepsy ish, our general tapping ish. It can stop creatures whose main value is combat. But like Grasp of Fate is actual removal. Um, Betrayal might not be good, by the way, but I want to play it. I just want this card in my deck. It seems fun. It seems cool. It's neat, like cool tech that you found. It's one of the things that I think is most fun about the deck building process in EDH is finding this cool old stuff that like, oh, it works in a kind of neat way here, even if it's not the strongest. So we have one sweeper here. I don't think any of my artifacts do that. Nor my instants, I don't think. Oh, I guess I do. I have Cyclonic Rift, which maybe I don't want. Maybe we don't need it, but I'm gonna keep it. It just seems too good. We have two 6 mana wraths. It sucks that they're 6 mana. The trade-off is that they're one-sided, or sorry, not one-sided, but they don't hit us. You know, like we cast it on our turn after we've tapped all of our opponent's stuff, and then like if we desperately need to, maybe we can like opposition to tap down, like using our tokens to tap down stuff, but like, or even like sack a decoy or something. But that's the trade-off for being 6 mana. So that's three, and then we have the Sunblast Angel is four, and I'm counting the Harvester because it makes those creatures irrelevant. They're just 2/2s. I don't care about just 2/2s. So we'll count that four sweepers. That's probably fine. Um, it's way more than Cross got to play. Let me tell you that. No, that can't be right. One, two, three, four, five sweepers. Five sweepers. Um, okay. We've only cut like one or two cards since the last time we went over the whole thing. Again, this diversionary tactics is sketchy. It's pretty suspicious. I feel like 23 artifacts is probably more artifacts than I want to have. The problem is the cards that are most cuttable are the cards I want to try out, like Leon and Bola. It's probably really bad, but it turns anything into a tapper, right? Like I can turn Hilda into a tapper. I can turn Timon into a tapper. Yeah, all right. How many tappers do we have? We have four tappers in our artifacts. We can probably cut another. We can probably cut another random decoy. Victory chimes.
This is where it's most difficult. Once you start getting down to like once you've cut like the bulk of stuff, this is where things get really tough because now everything has a really good place, or at the very least you want to try it. Um, I think maybe I need to cut another random decoy. If I do, oh, maybe I don't have enough artifacts for the Centaurk anymore. We can put in a couple more lands. We can put in like Ancient Den and Seat of the Synod. I don't think I want to play the tapped artifact land. That might be a little too dorky. Oh, and this hall also might make a power stone or two. We need 3 to make it work. We have other artifacts hanging out. It might not. We might be getting close to the point where it's not good enough. Oh, we also have the Binding Soul Eater hanging out as like another random artifact. So we have 24 artifacts plus. Sure, we'll add a couple of lands. The artifact lands aren't banned in Commander, are they? Oh, they didn't come up in the. Oh, we didn't search for artifact lands. Let me see. I don't think we want to play Darksteel Citadel. I don't. I think that's a little. I think that's a little deeper than we need to go. Oh yeah, there's other random artifacts that like turned into lands or whatever. But see, I don't think I want to play Razortide Bridge. I'm not playing Treasure Vault, so I guess it's just Seat of the Side on Ancient Den. We can play those. It's fine. Brings us down to 18 basics. Um, Wait, did see? Oh, there it is. It's just I just didn't recognize this version. Interesting. This brings us down to 18 basics, but that's 18, like, in effect, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 snow lands in addition to a couple of random snow permanents elsewhere. I think that's enough for the Taskmaster or the Task Mage. What's the condensed text view? Is this not the same thing? This looks like the same thing. What's the difference between this and the text view? Oh, okay. It's just a little bit more spacing between. I don't really care. If I say no grouping, 128. It tells me. Haha, that's how you do it. All right. All right. We figured it out. So now we can just say no grouping. And we don't even have to do the list view. We can just go. We can say here no grouping and then 128. Okay, that's how we get a count. Still have to cut 29 cards, which means I don't have this calculator. 29 cards. We might be at a point where I need to consult with friends to ask what they would cut here. If that's the case, then I think we will end stream and then I'll do that. But I'll give it one more pass for anything that seems obvious as a cut. And remember, we still have a couple of problems. We have no recursion, and we have no life gain. Maybe I should just throw in Elixir of Immortality to not really solve those problems, but give us an amount of that in 2 ways. I know this is counterproductive in not adding cards at the cards portion of the deck building process. But those are real issues, and this can give us a solution to that. So I guess at this point, oh, it even tells you the breakdown down here. I didn't realize I didn't have to scroll this. Also, this deck is much cheaper than I thought it would be, especially like this. Yes, $900 isn't cheap, but remember, half of that, literally half of that, is this one card, which I happen to already have. If you don't have it and you want to build a deck like this, you can just cut the Tundra. It doesn't add that much.
and you just like add in another basic land or whatever. If you don't play the snow version, you also get to save like $5, right? Well, I guess $10. Um, there's a lot of ways you can save here. Only a few $100s for this deck is pretty nice. It tells you right here. I just found it. 130 deck main, but that's including the commander. So, but I guess it's still we have to cut 30 cards. So after 4 hours at it, I think we've come to a place where we've hit a particularly dense portion of dirt as we're digging. This is going to be harder to drill through than some of the other stuff. Oh, maybe Giant Killer is worse than I thought. Did I even count that? I looked at it, I was like, oh yeah, Giant Killer. I haven't really appraised this since I put it in. It's still 1 mana. Sure, it's a little expensive to tap with, but it kills something as another mode, which is more like point and click removal for random creatures that we might need to kill. It's probably fine. So yeah, I think at this point I'm having enough difficulty cutting cards where I will consult with friends. If you have any thoughts about ideas for the deck, either inclusions or exclusions, please feel free to make your thoughts known, chat, comments, wherever. But from here, I think I'm going to cut it. Went on longer than usual today, but we were having a good time, and I enjoyed myself. So I hope you did too. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks so much for watching, and of course, don't forget, hit that follow button. Tell your friends if you enjoyed the content. It would be very much appreciated. But thanks so much for watching, and I'll catch you next time. Bye!